Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another day, to another start. This is the PUBG Mobile Asia Showdown SEA Qualifiers, the final day, meaning the day number 2. With you guys on the desk, it is me, the one and only Torix, and I would like to once again humbly welcome Annie as my co-caster, and she was a delight to work with yesterday as well. So Annie, welcome back. How you been?
Thank you so much. And yeah, I've been really great. And it's good to be back on the caster's desk in Lidoma Asia Showdown. And yesterday, day number one, it was a pretty cool matches, 6 matches that we witnessed. And I'm really excited to see how this C qualifiers will conclude. And yeah, we're taking a look at the point system right now on stream. There we go with the placement points. The last team to the winner chicken dinner will get 10 points, and then so on with top 2 and top 3 and so on, and each elimination is of course 1 point, so pretty standard stuff. And this is the event calendar. We are right now on April 25, the last day of the C qualifier, so very excited. The teams that will qualify for the finals, they'll be battling it out on 28, 29, and 30.
Oh yes, South Asia qualifiers, we have seen that happen. Now it's time for the C qualifiers, and from these, I do believe so, the top 8 will be qualifying into the grand final scenario. South Asia, they had the 8 top qualifications. Now C qualifiers, they will have the top 8 qualifications. Then, once again, they will be mingled up again in the grand finale that will be held for the 3 days, 28, 29, and the 30th of April, ladies and gentlemen, for the total prize pool of $1,000 US, on which the champions, the winning team, they will receive a 440 US. Second position gets 280, third 160, fourth position gets 80, and MVP, that single guy, will also receive a $40 bonus on if his performance is on that par.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a very generous prize pool that we're having. And yes, these are the teams playing. We did see them yesterday, but let's just, review who we're gonna be watching for today. That will be BIGETRON Esports, RQ, Boom Esports, Voin Donkey ID, Talon, Alter Ego, Aries, Sem9, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and TODAK. And well, some of these are pretty big names, some standard household names in the PUBG scene. And moving forward, we're also seeing Vampire Esports, E-Arena, Team Secret, MGN Vikings Esports, Alpha 7 Esports, Yangon Galacticos, Burmese Ghouls, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, and Rangers. And so I didn't quite and I'll count how many teams that was, but yeah, I think that was the last of them. And yeah, these are the overall rankings after day number 1. And right now it's Talon on the top with 59 points.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is the 59 points. Then we have 51 for the E-Arena. These two teams did really good. I have to give it to Talon. The first 2 matches, they were immensely, amazing. 59 points. And the 2 chicken dinners, the first 2 that they got, it was a great start. Team Secret, they also secured 1 position more for themselves into the last match, got into the top 3 with 50 points, 47 for the Burmese. Then we have Alpha 7, 46, 35 for the MGN Viking. That 11 points jump from 46 to 35, that might hinder some of the performance to get into the top 3 scenario, but CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they also on the number 7 position, 33 points, 32 for BIGETRON, 9 is TODAK with 31 points. It's either top 9 or top 8 qualification, I do believe so. So depending on the scenario, depending on the first chart, whosoever is on the first chart, they will be moving into the grand final, and that grand final is kind of going to be a very, very hard fight for all these teams. Even right now, the qualifiers, C qualifiers, were 30 points on the second chart top position. This indicates that even today, if the team plays persistently and with a decent amount of points in every game, they will also have a chance to qualify into the grand finals.
Yeah, I agree right there, Torix. I mean, one really good map, one really good game. One team could get maybe 20 points or something. And so it's all about the consistency. It's all about garnering all those points from the placements and as well as the eliminations. So this is the last chance for the C qualifiers. So if these teams want to move forward to the grand finals, they have to do their best. And of course, we're looking at the MVP rankings of the C qualifiers. 4, 5, 6 so far. With 14 eliminations, and Frankie coming in at second with 10, Squash Boo with 15, Kasim 99 with 9, and Mafioso Boo with 8. And I mean, taking a look at the damage as well, it's pretty decent. They're all within the line of 2000s. So, pretty exciting. I think the viewers and as well as everyone else, the players perhaps as well, they have an idea which teams to look out for this day number 2 because perhaps they've reviewed the stream from yesterday and they've come up with some strategies to approach today's matches.
Oh yeah. One thing is for sure that we're seeing the same exact map veto again with Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, and Sandhawk at the very end. At the rotations of the matches, it's exactly the same. So whatever you had in stock yesterday, whatever strategy you were using yesterday that was helping you, you have to use it today as well. But for the teams that the strategies are not working, you have to change your strategies for the matches today at this particular point. So Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, whereas the first 3 matches is like kind of on the resetting side for the teams and they kind of like these matches, these maps. In fact, first of all, there is a possibility, the grand possibility that the players can play it really good and get some decent number of points.
Ah, definitely. And we already saw how these teams performed yesterday. So I guess they might use the same strategy if ever it worked out from yesterday. But for those teams that didn't make it to the first half of the chart, so that's like ranked number 10 onwards, they definitely have to step it up, try something new perhaps, or look at their drop off points, maybe their strategies, maybe their communications as well. And yeah, this is today's matches is pretty much the same as yesterday. And we have that Sandhawk for the last match. That's match number 12. And yeah, this is going to be really fun, Torx. This is going to be really fun.
Oh, it definitely will be a really fun game from this point onward. But now, once again, if we are like talking about yesterday's performance, the matches that actually got played yesterday. So, depending on that, some teams they were doing so good onto the early stages, right? Some of the teams they were not doing that great, but yes, they were kind of consistent with the 2 points, 3 points, 4 points per matches, and that's because we also saw like 30 points into the second chart as well. So 20, 30 points into the second chart. That kind of means that if the teams play like persistently today for the matches that is about to occur, the 6 matches, they will be securing their position maybe into the top 9 for the qualifications of the grand finals. But yes, remember guys, let me tell you one more exciting thing. If you're not aware of that, you also have a chance. You guys also have a chance to win a $5,000, up to $5,000 every single month. This is your chance. This is your chance to go and play big, get on the streams, show us what you got, showcase your performances and everything. Just play the scrims and tournament on Ladoma with your squad, and you can win up to $5,000. Sign up right now on platform.ladoma.com. The link will be into the chat. The mods will give you the link. And also, if you haven't subscribed, come on. This is the second day. This is just the C qualifier second day. We still have a grand finals to go. So hit that like and hit that subscribe as we will be heading into our first match shortly. The map that we all love, that we all are accustomed to, whether you're a competitive player, whether you're a classic player, the one and only Erangel it is.
Yeah, our first match will be in Erangel, and there will be 3 Erangel maps later on. And yeah, this is gonna be really exciting. And just taking a look at the leaderboards, actually, a while ago, our top one, Talon Esports, was only within the line of 50s with their points. And considering the fact that there were like 6 maps, I don't know. I think there's a lot of chances that even the teams within the second half will have a chance to kind of overtake them depending on how consistent they play in day number 2. And they have 6 chances at that. And so lots of tables can turn, and their positions in the leaderboards are very volatile. So this is, there's a lot of unexpected things that may happen. But on the other hand, we already saw how some of the teams that performed really well yesterday, if they play consistently, if they play the same way today, then of course they can solidify their way towards the grand finals.
Yeah. One thing is for sure, this is the battle for the glory at this point, because of the fact that the teams and the players are so kind of into the pressured point that right now even a single match is going to be detrimental for them. A single match will be enough to like break the full momentum for the teams, or it may also be the one that may generate all the momentum that they particularly need for themselves. So it's a break or make matches for these guys for today. I'm talking about the bottom line teams, not the top line, not the ones on the very top of the leaderboard. No, 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 no. They have an easy day. They have an easy day. They just need to maintain their positions. I'm talking about the bottom lines where they need to do the most work, whatever work they want to do. They have to do it for today's matches, and they have to start it in every single match. They have to make sure that they are consistent with it, because at this point there is no point. There is no point where you can make the mistakes, and a single smallest kind of a mistake may even meet your demise, may even mean your team's demise at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you right there. So for the teams that haven't secured their spot in the grand finals yet, they have to play well this day number two. And yeah, their first chance, first out of six for day number two, will be starting right now. And we're looking at the flight path for this first Erangel map. It starts from Primorsk, all the way from the southwestern part of the map, going up to shooting range in the northern part. And so there's a lot of places that are still accessible. Some really good drop off points include perhaps the Pochinki Hospital, Georgia Pool shooting range, and the military base might be a little too far. But yeah, there's a lot of places to go around. But it's very biased towards the west. So the eastern side, depending on where the first circle will go, that's gonna change the pace of the game.
That will change the pace of the game, ladies and gentlemen. We have a plane line this time around. Our first plane line of the game, kind of favored to the western areas. The hospital, the Georgios, as Annie said. The eastern angles, on the other hand, the Yasnaya, the Novoropnoy, the Milta City, the Milta Power Plants. If you don't have a car, it's going to be a really difficult situation for you to go over there and cement your position into that particular location. But my main question for the match number one is if there's any team going for those early clashes, early fights, or the drop clashes or not, because so far I can see two teams, EA and MVK, into the Georgia Pool western side city. And on the containers, I can see YG, Yangon, Galacticos. Pochinki has, I do believe so, just a single team, RNG, because PVM has left the vicinity and kind of gone to a different direction. But there we go, E-Arena, in our small screen, we can see them take the fight, initiate the fight against the players. But at the same time, that's two players down on the E-Arena's location. But four elimination coming on. Who got two? And Circus got two as well. That's a 4 total elimination against Alter Ego, the team is kind of on the aggressive side. We saw them in all those momentums yesterday matches where they got those eliminations for themselves, the gun power. This is one of the team that is known for their aggression side as well. But now, at the very early stages of the game, they're the ones that has been thrown away from the match.
Yeah, and the 4 eliminations does go to EA Arena, and we all know that Arena is currently holding the top 2 spot, and well, it's a good start for day number 2 for them, definitely, because they're continuously proving themselves worthy of their position right now. But on our screens, we're looking at Boom Esports. They've secured the spot in Rojok, but of course, there would be I believe that's Burmese ghouls at the other side of this compound. So it looks like Boom Esports might be trying to get this engagement in. We have Bam Boom scouting the area, and as well as the other players are They're just, yeah, pretty much King Kibo is trying to go near, trying to see if they can find a good angle to go against Burmese schools. These are potentially 4 eliminations on the side of Boom Esports, depending on how they approach this.
That is true. At this point, from this kind of momentum, what we can see is the fact that Boom Esports is on the Rozok Hill, and they are looking at the team BG. In a single split second, the fight can either start or the fight either can like disengage and the teams can go their separate ways. It all depends on how they want to do it. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and look at that, PBMS, the fight is happening outskirts of the Pochinki area. The fight has started, ladies and gentlemen, and there is also the MVK that were on the western side city against the team EA right now, E Arena. I always in my mind whenever I say EA, I kind of want to say sports too in the right next to them, but there we go. There we have it. Okay, in fact, this is not in the Pochinki. For a second, we were looking at them at the early stages, dropping at the Pochinki, but right now they're actually not in the Pochinki. They're kind of like completely into the farm side areas, outskirts of that, but PLAYBOOKxMISFIT getting a knockdown on CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Kasim is right now knocked down, so there's only 3 players alive from the CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They are trying their level best, but PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, they're also a 3-man party, meaning the fight has actually turned into an equilibrium.
Yeah. And so with that, PBMS did lose 1 player, but it's not going to stop them trying to storm in the building where CDAL is currently residing at. Right now, they're taking position, going into the building. Some players of CDAL are quite low on health, and most of them are in the 2nd floor. But of course, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, yeah, they did lose 2 players already, and so they're down to a 2-man team. So numbers advantage does go to CDAL, but it's gonna change really soon now that 2 are down at the side of CDAL. 2 got knocked down, and right now it's just Olio 15, very low on health, hanging on to dear life. I mean, 1 good grenade shot from the side of PBMS, and it's all over for them.
I mean, this is what it is at this point. You kind of get some eliminations. You kind of get eliminated most of the time as well. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance now. Olio, the final guy. I don't even think so that he has any bandages to heal himself from this point onward. And Team PBMS, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, they have played this beautifully, getting those 3 eliminations. Now, trying to get into the final guy, getting the Olio out will be their final step. But the main question is, Olio, this guy can also have a chance to take the 1v2 fight up and eliminate the whole of the PLAYBOOKxMISFIT at this point. So whatever they want to do, whatever they're going to do, they have to do it really carefully. And there we go. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're the one that's going to get eliminated, but at the cost of 2 of the players of the PLAYBOOKxMISFIT. They went out, yes, but they did went out by taking the 2 players of the PLAYBOOKxMISFIT. But Sem9, a third party is coming, ladies and gentlemen, to the PLAYBOOKxMISFIT. But very amazing move, very calculated move. The team knew that there is going to be bound to someone getting a third party on us, so why not just skedaddle out of here right as we get our 4 eliminations.
Skedaddle's right. I mean, that was pretty funny of PBMS. They're like, yep, I'm out of here, because they know that someone probably heard all those gunshots if there's a third party coming in. And unfortunately for Sem9, they're not going to get lucky this time. But yeah, taking a look at the rest of the map, it looks like we're down to 15 teams. We started off with 18, so we saw 3 eliminations. 3 eliminated teams, rather, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, I guess nothing's happening anymore because the kill feed's quiet and everyone's just taking position. And yeah, this is still stage 1 of the circle. And despite the flight path being quite biased towards the western side, 3 teams going down in the early game within 8 minutes of the game. A little bit small, but yeah, we'll get what we have.
We get what we have, ladies and gentlemen. And right with this, it's only a couple handful of team that actually got eliminated from this point onward. So it's not too much that has happened. So one thing that we are still seeing is the fact that the teams will be going for a fight, maybe in the possible future from now on, this is definitely going to turn into a stalemate. Teams will go for a slow pace, but we have a circle shift, ladies and gentlemen. We have a circle shift right here and now. But NB, you can look at them. RNG, they're also close to the proximity of the school where they can take the fight, but we have NB losing their players, getting eliminated. One player has been eliminated, but the circle is going to go all the way down to the south eastern side. The Milta power plant, in fact, the power plant area, the coal side, it's actually in the circle as well for now. And from what I can see, all these teams that are alive and inside of that circle, they're definitely going to like try to cement themselves into a safer side location, the compound areas or the other maybe possible locations, and that's where they're gonna get the shots on.
Yeah, and this is going to be really exciting since that circle is already closing in quite a small space. And we're looking at this area right now. There's actually 3 different teams. That's BIGETRON Esports on our screen, and towards the distance there was YG. And of course, we're seeing Sem9 actually getting shot down. There was 1 knock on their side. But yeah, back to YG. Lewis James is right behind of this boulder. Trying to see if they can get shots, but Sem9, and I believe this is TODAK Esports. They're just trading people, but in the end, it's 2 knocks on the side of Sem9, but unfortunately, TODAK loses 1 player. And now this is a 4 versus 3, but unfortunately, if Dark System goes down by the hands of TODAK, they're gonna be eliminated off of this map, of this first map, but right now, it looks like Dark System's hiding pretty well. But it's not gonna be like that forever because there's also a third party coming in trying to see if they can get a slice of that elimination points. And so Dark System hiding out, but all the meanwhile outside, Vampire Esports trying to see if they can take some players down on the side of TODAK.
Oh, yeah, they are getting all those knockouts done. Vampire Esports, we saw them. This is the team that got the chicken dinner, but it is still on the second page of the chart. So Vampire Esports, they do need to like get some decent number of eliminations done, and that's exactly what they're doing. In the meanwhile, Sem9 is definitely going to get eliminated. TODAK in the front lines. Vampire Esports, Mela so far with the DBS in the hand. S12K is going to take him down. The second player might also get taken down as well, but that a single grenade from the TDK. In fact, their own player got the demise on this team and gave enough momentum for the Vampire Esports to like push, get those eliminations done. That's a 1v3 on Nordis right there. Beautifully done. And Vampire Esports losing 2 of their players, getting those 4 eliminations. That's I'd say an okay trade, but not a great.
Yeah, I mean, having only 2 players and still having to deal with 11 other teams towards the late game. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be good. They definitely have a numbers disadvantage, especially against all of these other teams who have still the full roster, the full lineup for their teams. But taking a look at the circle, yeah, it's closing in to Milta and the farm. There's a lot of open fields and there's also a decent amount of buildings. But on our screens, on our tiny camera, we're seeing that is RRQ trying to shoot down the players of VD. Actually, no, this is a different place. VD storming in with BIGETRON, immediately opening that door and getting shot down. And Ryzy is out here at the porch, in the balcony. Down that staircase, throwing some grenades, but in the end, it's a VD who will be knocked down. Actually, that was an RRQ on another side of the map. There are 2 concurrent engagements going on, but BIGETRON Esports and VD are definitely battling it out inside of this house. VD loses 1 player to a grenade shot. Federalis outside of this door, throwing a Molotov. Wow, great shot there. And with that, VD gets eliminated by the hands of BIGETRON.
Oh my god. Another elimination. Another team completely wiped out of the scenario. But RRQ close to the BIGETRON Esports. Grenade is being cooked. The DBS in the hand. RRQ cooking that grenade. But they are the one that's going to get cooked by Malik. Beautiful grenade. decent connectivity, but ZMJJ, KK, now it's up to you. It's up to you. Cook the grenade. The other team is also cooking the grenade. It's back and forth going on. BTR, they're actually going to give the grenade to their own team member, and that's where the demise is going to start from. BIGETRON, they're going to lose 1, 2, and 3 of their players. RRQ comes from the backside. Grenade is being cooked. It's going to be thrown. Nobody's going to get damage from that. So something, Brendia, you have to do. You have healed yourself. 75% HP. Once again, the grenade is going to do the damage on you. Now you're going to move forward with the S12K. It's an S12K versus an S12K going on. 8 bullets versus maybe 10 bullets. 7 bullets now. 6. And there we go. The shots, the backside shots are coming in from. You have to rush. You have to push from this point onward. You have to go into the teams. Federalis is going to get one player from MVK out right with this. MVK Esports Superman, the only guy alive in this particular situation, is going to go forward. S12K versus the DBS. MVK is going to win it out. MG and Vikings, you're going to eliminate the last guy of the team BTR, where they got 5 eliminations, but instantly RRQ is going to nade you as well, and it's over. Back and forth going on. So 3 teams in the single compound got eliminated.
That was a great grenade throw. That was amazing. I mean, that was a staircase, and RRQ was all the way in the other building. That was crazy, but yeah. In the end, MVK and BIGETRON got eliminated off from that compound. But yeah, we're taking a look at that circle once again. It's closing in to where the farm, Milta, and Shelter are gonna be, intersecting. So there's some teams that already secured their spots, but on the other hand, there's some teams that will still have to make their rotations. And with that, they have a lot of time to do just that. But for now, inside of this compound, rather, there's Boom Esports trying to see if they can find a kill against Team Secret. And so with that, Boom, grenade in hand, tries to get some damage in, but unfortunately it's not gonna connect. And Team Secret, on the other hand, there's a fire going on. 1 versus 1. Team Secret goes down, but Boom, on the other hand, also takes damage from that Molotov. And Summer's here, trying to see if they can confirm. I don't think they saw. I mean, they have that information, but it's much more important to revive your player. And there we have it. There's 1 down on the side of Boom Esports, and Team Secret, they have the opportunity to revive GK.
Oh my god. Team Secret in the front lines, throwing all those utilities, those dumping of the grenades and everything. Grace, 1 player, kind of low on that HP, and that is Kibo the Kid. Hope. In fact, Kibo the Kibo. So one thing is for sure that Team Boom Esports, so far as they have not even a single elimination, things are going to be difficult for them to initialize their momentum of the fight and everything. It's definitely going to be a difficult situation for them. But Vampire Esports, in the meanwhile, if we're talking about them, the only fight that we saw from these guys was the one that happened into the very start of the game, where they were the one getting those 4 eliminations at the cost of 2 of their players. And from that point onward, they have not gotten any kind of fight. Nordrillis, there is Inola, Genola, in fact, these 2 guys together now in close vicinity of YANGON Galacticos. And whereas YANGON Galacticos is also looking at the team on the front line, far backside, I think that is RRQ into the vicinity. That's where they got the BTR's elimination. That's where they got the MVK's elimination. And that's exactly where the team RNG, in fact, is RRQ, in fact, is right now situated at 3 eliminations to their name. And Mernit Boy has spotted their cars. They're getting those tire punctured up. They're making sure that the players are not able to get out of this vicinity unscathed. But Mernit Boy, now he has heard the car, the engine revving up in the close vicinity of the squad house.
And so within this vicinity, there's actually 3 different squads. But I don't think they're gonna be taking this engagement. They're not gonna be committing to this just yet. And that circle is gonna close in, and that's already a stage 4 circle. Not that small of a circle yet. I mean, we're still 17 minutes in to this Erangel map, so it'll be a while before we see some exciting matches. But right now, we're looking at Vampire Esports. Once again, they're down to a 2-man team, so going up against especially those teams with still a 4-man lineup, it's gonna be a little bit hard. But outside, wow, that's a great shot. I mean, the door wasn't even open. But yeah, I don't think that's Vampire Esports. That's Boom Esports getting 1 kill on their side. And they are a 2-man team. That's just Grace and Kibo right now. But Kibo goes down by the hands of Team Secret. GK, half health. I think they can go ahead and, yeah, they don't have time to heal up. But yeah, GK, pretty confident in the, you know, with their team. Boom Esports is out here. It's just Grace. That's all that's left. And with that, takes a lot of damage from the grenade. And with the Molotov putting pressure on them, I mean, it's gonna be a hard... Nope, there we go. Grace finally gets eliminated, and along with it, the whole of Boom Esports.
My question is, there was an apple on the ground. Why is there an apple on the ground? I need some explanation from these guys. What is your mind thought going exactly dropping it over there? You know it's a crucial place where you can take the peaks, and having an apple there, having a pickup item over into that location instantly means that you're kind of hindering your own like momentum, your own peaks and everything, your own screen area where you can like tap on the like items and pick them up, or with the peaks and everything, the buttons, maybe they have it set up like that and they're trying to hinder out the other team, but no, it's all over. It's all in the past. Going back to the Yangon Galacticos, so far it is a 4 team members, a 4 full player the squad, and close to them is Vampire Esports. We're actually officially down to the top 7 teams, out of which the top 4s are the ones that is on the overall ranking top chart. Then we have the hashtag number 10, the RRQ, Vampire Esports on the 11th side, and Yangon Galacticos has the hashtag number 13. 3 eliminations to the side of TALON Esports. The first match from yesterday, there was a chicken dinner for this team, but oh my god, Vampire Esports, they're actually throwing the Molotovs on their own players for some reason. Vampire Esports, 1 player got eliminated right there. EA is also fighting with the Yangon Galacticos. Vampire, Genola, the only hope for the team. It's everything residing on the shoulder. I don't know what Norzalis was like thinking, Molotoving himself at that point. But yes, a great thinking, Genola. You need to get out of there. You need to get out of this particular position. But EA 456 getting a player eliminated by just the car slammed down. But there we go, Yangon Galacticos. In the meanwhile, Vampire, instead of leaving this premises, they want to go for the fight, and that's exactly what they did. They got into the fight, they got the player eliminated, and from this point onward now, with the 5 eliminations, and they're going right to the faces of Team BG. Oh no, they just got out of 1 fight, but now they're going into another. But EA 456 getting a player ronded down with that car. Oh no, EA, you be 6 eliminations, 7 eliminations, and 4-man standing?
I mean, that's crazy. There's a lot of the teams that are still on the top. The leaderboard is still alive. So this is going to be interesting. So that just means the best teams are going to be battling it out in this first map, in the final few minutes of this first map. And once again, Team Secret, RRQ, Talon, Burmese Ghouls, and E-Arena. They're going to be meeting up each other in this stage 6 circle. But for now, everyone is taking position, trying to see if they can secure a really good spot for these finals. I mean, there are a few buildings within this circle, and there's a lot of open fields. So if you don't secure a building, you're going to have a pretty hard time towards the end. But taking a look at how the top 5 teams are doing so far, Team Secret, 5 eliminations. RQ, 4 eliminations. Talon with 3. BG with 1. And EA so far has the best number of eliminations, the best performance so far, and that is 8 eliminations. And yeah, if they win this winner chicken dinner, they could potentially like cross the 20-point mark for this map and just garner so much points for those leaderboards. But yeah, we'll find out that soon. GK goes down. That was a 1 versus 1 who NC who rather. Very good shots connecting, and they get 1 elimination on their side. Man, EA is still a full man squad, and Frankie, I think they're gonna have a hard time here. I mean, Molotov the place, and that makes it harder for EA to kind of... Oh, there we are! We still have grenades! Frankie is now a 4th of their health down. And so with that, I mean, it's gonna be a hard... Yep, it's over. Team Secret will go down as the 5th squad.
Yes, they are the 5th one to get taken down. RRQ now close to the team NB, and alongside, if we're talking about the team RRQ's location, they have a very beautiful one on top of that, not only inside that circle, but also those safe side compartments. Neferko now getting out, S12K taking both the players out. Oh my god, 3 eliminations just for Neferko. BG out of the game on the hashtag number 4, but E Arena versus Team Talon Esports going on. The players closes in, S12K, only a single bullet. You only have a single bullet. Both the guns are in fact on the reload. The backside cover came into the clutch. 7 eliminations so far for the Talon once again, and EA is down to the very last guy as well. Talon, Axel is looking at a Joker so far, but not that kind of like fights that are happening. Joker needs to like cement himself into the safe side area, but that small window opening gave your location towards the player, towards the team. But Axel now knows exactly where the team player is, and he needs to get inside that circle. 35 seconds only, and he needs to move in the circle. Yes, he is getting into the car. The shots are definitely there. RRQs also closing in to the Talon Esports in the meanwhile, and the slow and steady bit races that's actually happening. The next stage is closing in 20 seconds as well. So far, the 3 players from the team RRQ, the 3 players from the Talon Esports in the front lines taking the fight. Maybe against the team RRQ, it can be an equilibrium, because the last guy of the team Talon is kind of like cemented his eyes on the team EA, so he's not going to get into the fight against the team RRQ. It's all up to the fight of these guys. But there we go. As soon as EA is going to get eliminated, now the fight has overturned into a 4 versus 3. RRQ now kind of in a pinch situation because of the manpower, because of the disadvantage. But talking about the facts and figurines of the circle is completely shifted towards the RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ, they have the best position right now, especially if you take into consideration the circle, as you said. But yeah, it's definitely not going to stop Talon Esports. They still have a pretty good position. They can go ahead and go into that circle, no problem. And RRQ, they're pretty spread out all over the map. But that goes the same with Talon Esports as well. So this is it. 2 squads against each other. This is a 4 versus 3. Numbers advantage towards Talon Esports, but then again, it's just a 1 person down on the side of RRQ. So, Shields, I think they'll be going ahead and throwing some smokes in. RRQ, however, I'm not sure what they're thinking right now, but yeah, crosshairs out in the hands of Subavrelu. And I hate this name. This was still yesterday. This was a problem yesterday. But yeah, securing some locations, their positions. And with that, I think we're going to be seeing something really fun happening, especially once RRQ decides to initiate this engagement.
So Swaffleroot, Neferko, alongside of Brendia, these 3 guys needs to do something. But Talon Esports, okay, I thought for a second, okay, Talon Esports might be in a pin situation trying to get inside of that circle. They might be getting some shot, but no. What I see is Talon Esports not only has secured the circle for themselves, but now they're waiting for the next circle shift. RRQ, the only position that they have really good is the single compound. That might be like taken away from them into the next stage shift. So they have to think of something, because the team Talon Esports, once again, they are ready to seize that chicken dinner of the first match, even in the day number 2 as well. So with the 4-man at top of the mountain position, they are ready. They're just waiting, and there we go. The circle shift is actually kind of favored to the team Talon Esports as well. Now RRQ, they will need to move forward, and this give enough momentum for the team at Talon to actually like cement their positions, take the initiative against the team RRQ as they are rotating into the area. But Neferko, oh my god, this can be detrimental, because I don't think so that Team Talon even has the slightest of idea on who is on their right side. And judging from this particular thing, we can see Talon Esports is completely unaware of their surrounding. They're actually kind of like so well versed into the front lines, the compound areas. They're looking at that. They have their eyes set up there that they, if the team RRQ actually manages to do a third-party angle on them, that's gonna be over for them.
Yeah, and definitely Although it's been a while
Oh,
since
no, they
it's
know.
been RRQ and Talon have been within this circle. But nothing much has been happening. But finally, YBF gets knocked down by the hands of RRQ. So that makes it a 3 versus 3. And grenades out. Some people in RRQ are taking some damage, but it's definitely not going to be enough. Wow. We're 28 minutes into this Erangel game. And yeah, this is such a slow burn. And that grenade is going nowhere, man. It's going way too far. But yeah. I mean, I think there was one player in Talon Esports in that vicinity, but yeah, it's not gonna be taking any damage. It's not gonna be giving damage against
Oh my god,
Talon
again?
Esports. It's just waiting it out, man. I mean, okay, we're gonna be moving on to the next stage of the circle, I guess.
It's a 3 versus 3 now because
Yeah.
YBF, he got eliminated. Now, with an equilibrium, the Talon Esports has lost their advantage against the team RRQ that they have. But this is stage number 9. Nobody's going to have that stage. Nobody's going to have the circle for themselves. Boy still in the back line. Shields behind his car. And Axel, I don't know what Axel is doing so further into the back. He needs to like get together with his team members and take the fight forefront like how RRQ is actually doing it right now. But the Molotov is not going to affect anyone. It's actually going to like leave Brendia kind of into the back lines. The smoke, the grenades actually throwing into the smokes. It's not happening. It's not giving any kind of coverage towards the team members. Axel is going to take Neferko down as well. Brendia, come on. You can get the player down. He is only just a single HP right there. A single shot will be enough to take him down. But oh my god, look at the luck that this guy has. He's not only alive, but he has healed himself back to 75% HP. It is a 1 versus 1 now. Shields versus Brendia. It is a 1v1 fight for the winner chicken dinner. The player has a level 3 arsenals to his name because of that airdrop towards the side. But Swaffle Review, he's the one that's going to get eliminated. And okay, that's a mouthful. I have to give it to that. That is a mouthful. But Shields, he's kind of like, I don't even know if he can actually get out on the right side. And if he stays over here in this exact particular position, that car may even get like blown up into smithereens. But oh, it's all over. RRQ with that gorgeous grenade. Brendia made the final nail in the coffin. And with the bam, they got the winner chicken dinner of the match number 1 of the day number 2 of SEA qualifiers.
Quite literally walked into that one, and that first Erangel map neared their 30-minute mark. I mean, it was just Salon and RRQ towards the end, and it took them so long to go against each other. And that just kind of proves that these teams are on their A game right now. They're being serious. They want to qualify for the grand finals, and I have to give it to them. And yeah, this is our first winner for day number 2. That is RRQ Ryu getting that 10 placement points. And on the other hand, I think they have a decent amount of elimination points as well. So that's definitely going to help them out in the leaderboards. And for them to qualify for the finals, they definitely have to keep on playing very consistently for today. And, maybe they can, and then they can go ahead and try to qualify for the finals later on.
I mean, judging from the location, RRQ Ryu, they were kind of on the second chart, right? And because of that, now with this momentum that they have picked up, but they only need to like do some decent number of points from this point onward. They were on the hashtag number 10. They lost some of their momentum yesterday, but now with this, the momentum has been gained back. But MVP going none other than Talon Esports Axel. 3 elimination, 851 damage with 28 minutes of average survival time into the match. This guy, even though the eliminations are not there, the damage is there. The survival is there as well. And Talon Esports fighting till the very end of the game, they have proven once again that yes, the consistency for even these guys is definitely there. They are consistent into the early stages of the game. Yesterday they got the chicken, today the second position, but 19 points for RRQ Ryu. Talon Esports 15 points, E Arena 15 points, but 10 elimination. That's a very big boy number right there. 15 total points and just 10 eliminations out of that. That's huge for the team. But Team Secret, 8 points, 7 for Vampire, 6 for BIGETRON, BURMESE with the 5 alongside of PLAYBOOKxMISFIT. Then we have 4 for TODAK, Boom with 3, 2 for CELCOM, and 1 for all these bottom line teams: YANGON, MGN, VOIN Donkeys, and SEM9. The only teams that did not get any point this match is those 2 bottom line teams. But we have the overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, out with this chicken dinner. Out with this chicken dinner. Team RRQ View cemented themselves 5 points up into the overall leaderboard. Yes, the top 4s are still stuck into their own positions, the number 1, 2, 3, and 4. But RRQ View with number 5, number 6 for Alpha 7 now, BIGETRON with number 7, 8 for MGN Viking, and 9 for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. Just one good game and one good day for these teams, and they can potentially turn the tables around, especially even if you're in the second part of this leaderboards. There's still a chance that you can qualify for the finals as long as you play it really, really well for day number 2. And with that, the RRQ moving up 5 entire places. That's just proof there. But then again, we're looking at how the overall rankings have moved up since day number 1. This is our first match for day number 2. So there's some teams that are, 30 points. It's not too far from perhaps 70 of TALON Esports. A decent amount of points coming in from 2 or 3 maps. Then perhaps they might be able to qualify for the finals later on. But yeah, these are the MVP rankings of the C qualifiers. Right now, 4, 5, 6 still on the top 1 position with 16 eliminations now. And Frankie coming in second, Axel third, Boychul with 4, and Burndia in the 5th place.
Oh, yes, but look at the damage. That's where the difference is coming in from. 16 elimination, 3148 damage. Frankie, 3041 damage. Then we have Axel, 2438, 2042 for Boysil. And last but not the least, it is 2627 for Brendia. But aside from this is the overall ranking. This is the post-match day number 1 and match number 1 of the day number 2 as well. But we have... we are done and dusted with our first match of the day that has gone to the RRQ. Now, Miramar is on its way. Erangel is there. Then we have another Miramar. There's still 2 Miramars, 2 Erangels, and a single Sandhawk at the very end of the day. Once again, the aggressions for Erangels is done. The first match is done. Now, Miramar, we kind of saw it yesterday, Annie, how the Miramars was actually going on with those Erangel, aggressive stances and some early fights. Not a lot of them, but yes, some of the early fights. But how will it affect the teams today, their momentum and everything? That is one thing that we have to right now know. But for any of that to actually occur for the Miramar to start, we will have to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Stay here, stay connected. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, guys. After a short break, and this time around, you have some fresh faces. Uh, I wouldn't say more handsome, but a little bit fresh faces. I have Aladdin with me on the talent desk, and again, what an amazing fight in the end. I would say I was thinking Talon's gonna get that chicken dinner, Aladdin, but I think RQ had a different plan for them.
Absolutely, it all came down to that 1v1, but our RQ, they had different plans. And, holding on that first spot with 19 points, that's a big, big number. For now, the
Solid.
competition is there between Talon Esports and RRQ, even in the overall rankings. But you can say that RRQ, they have different plans today.
Definitely, the start of the day actually is going to cement them in the following matches as well. And I'm happy that they, got that chicken dinner. 5 position improvement overall, so definitely they're in a kind of a safe spot right now. But at the same time, they have to keep it going because there are a lot of different teams that will be aiming for the same kind of results in
Yep.
coming matches. But Talon, their first position still uncontested, and I'm looking forward how they're going to make it into the next match. But shortly after, we're going to Miramar. Any specific team, Aladdin, that you're looking forward to seeing, playing exceptionally well on Miramar?
Well, as you were talking about the other teams who are focusing on those, elimination numbers and chicken dinner, that is, there's one name that I want to highlight, and that is in BG. I mean, BG is also competing with these teams for the first spot. Everybody wants to qualify. Yes, I get it. Top 7 teams will move in the next round in the grand finals, but there are a few teams who are fighting for the royalty or fighting for the glory. It's more about glory and less about prize pool. That's what I say. Like these tournaments where all those big names have played the prize, who have played for the prize pool of millions of dollars. They don't play this for prize pool. They play this for the glory. And for now, Team BG is also trying to do that, but the previous match was not good for them. I'm pretty sure that in this match they will try to show a comeback.
Absolutely, and the same goes for Vampire Esports. Haven't seen them doing anything. They had a chicken dinner yesterday, but today is just a start. They didn't had a good match so far, but I'm looking forward to him because they're one of the biggest name hailing out of Thailand. So they have to make sure that they keep all those expectations right with themselves, especially in this particular match where Vampire always outshines other squads because they are kind of a Miramar playing squad. But let's have a quick look at our match number 2, guys. We are starting on to the Miramar, the Southern American desert map, and
Yep.
looking at the plane path, we have it starting from the north western side, the city of El Pozo, and going toward the southeastern side of the map, Porto Pere. So pretty much kind of dividing the map into two, not perfectly 50-50 halves, but I would say it's still more of most of the map is accessible when it comes to gliding to Cruz de Valle, El Azar, water treatment, Hacienda del Patron. So all of these places are kind of in reach, Aladdin. I think this match early on is going to be kind of a little slow, but I want to see some early skirmishes breaking out in Picado, maybe in Los Leones.
Well, that's good thing about Southeast Asian lobbies. They don't, they just pay respect to the lobby. They try to stay away from each other. They try to avoid all those clash drops and stay alive to the last zone. And if you compare these matches with the South Asian matches that we saw in the last week, South Asian teams are playing very aggressive. In the last zones, there were like 2 to 3 teams or 4 teams maybe. But now in the Southeast Asian lobby, you can clearly see the difference. And that's because they're avoiding all those drop clashes, they're avoiding all those rotational fights. But for now, the circle is there, and circle is on that city of Los Leones, that one city big enough to hold all these teams together. But there will be some rotational fights. To be very honest, I'm expecting that the point of contention is going to be towards that northwestern side of the circle where Team BTR Vampire Sports are for now. But yes, for that to happen, we have to wait and watch. For now, all these teams are easily moving to their drop spots. But there is a drop clash. Team EA, the second spot holder of the previous match, is fighting up against another team. This time around, it's Team Sacred, and 3 of the players are down. Only Joker is the last man standing, the one player who has that sole responsibility of his team. None of the player of Team Secret is down, but on the other side, there's Team PB versus Boom happening. So multiple teams are fighting. The drop clashes are there, but EA getting a chance to revive their players. That's something good, but a 2v4 situation looks a bit more intense. It does not look easy. And for now, Team Secret, GK pushes forward, takes that leap of faith. It was a 1v1, but he moves forward and confirms a 1v4. That was crazy. A 1v4 in the first few seconds of the Miramar map. This is brilliant by Team Secret.
Team Secret once again, I would say this was least expected in a situation where player was unknown, where exactly the player was. This is something GK, I must have to give him all the credits for this 4 elimination point, 4
my
kill,
God,
clutch moment for
crazy.
his team. Team Circuit definitely should be thankful to this guy for surviving this long in this game. Otherwise, it would have been a done and dusted situation for them.
Absolutely.
Joker, well, I would say he was kind of under pressure. He has to revive all of his teammates. At the same time, the kind of performance these guys pulled in
Yeah.
the last match, definitely be thinking like we don't want to leave early on. But it is what it is.
Absolutely.
Miramar, obviously, totally unexpected. But what an amazing fight early on. But at the same time, we have another squad getting out of the game, and all of those 4 elimination go to Team PBM, Playbook Misfits. Good start to their match as well, I would say. But it was a team effort, and I can see 2 eliminations to Sakadi, and the rest, Monboy and Pretzel, got 1 elimination each. So good start. Not like Team Secret, but Playbook, they got their first half, I would say, first few minutes of the match pretty right so far.
I mean, they eliminated Team Booming Sports. That's another big name out there. And, the confidence, the amount of confidence you get after eliminating such a big name, such a dominating name, that gives you a head start in the whole match. But Team Secret, as one of the fight got, finished by them after that 1v4 situation. GK, amazing performance from that lad. Now that Team BG is in the close quarters, BG, they have that idea that they're on the 4th spot. Team Secret is on the 3rd one. They need to eliminate them in order to climb up on that point table. And for now, a grenade goes in right on the money, right on the target. And once again, Unknown taking that leap of faith as that shotgun in his hands. He's pushing forward, but this is going to be a mistake.
Oh, good one.
Now he surprised his opponent, but that surprise was not enough to take him down. And this fight is
Ichi.
going on. It's happening once again, but Ichi with another grenade takes another player down. And for now, Team Secret down to the last one player, BG. They are unable to, in fact, they were unable to get any of those players knocked down. But look at this, GK once again takes one player down, but that was
no
not
way,
enough.
not this time around.
Ichi was down, but that's it. That's enough. All those 3 players, remaining players, were enough to eliminate Team Secrets. And Team Secret, after that 1v4, that's all. That's it. That's all the point they were able to get in this match. And BG once again, they puts a stop. They puts a full stop on that domination.
Absolutely. It can happen once. You can clutch in a match once, or maybe twice if you're lucky. But you cannot keep doing that again and again to every team. Other teams, they will be more of, I would say, careful in a situation like that, and will make sure that your tricks won't play in this time around. So, kind of, I would say it was at the end on the shoulders of GK, but this time around the kind of burden was pretty heavy enough, so he crushed under it. And so far, Team Secret with only 4 elimination had to leave for the lobby and wait for the match number 2. So again, a good start for BG. BG is contesting for top 3 spots. They are on the 4th position. Team Secret is out. Team EA is out. So they have a very good chance of making it to the 2nd spot. The difference is not that much. I would say they have to play exceptionally well if they want to take down EA from the 2nd spot. But otherwise, BJ, they have the stage open for them. 4-man standing, 4 elimination early on. So it's a good start for them so far, Aladdin.
Absolutely, but look at the difference between BG and Team Talon Esports. Talon Esports, they have their dominations. They shown their domination in the previous matches. 74 number, that's a big difference if you compare it with the 52 number. But it's okay, it's all right. BG, for now, their focus is to be in the top 3 spots, and all they need is 5 to 7 points or 10 points maybe. They already have 4 points. That's enough to get them going in this match. That's a good start. But look at the competition. As top 3 teams, 2 teams out of these top 3 teams are eliminated. That shows us that all the other teams are trying really hard. The fact that the 2nd spot team was eliminated by the 3rd spot team, and then the 4th one jumped in to eliminate them. That's funny and interesting as well, side by side, because this clearly tells us that all the teams are planning to dethrone the other teams, the opponent teams, and everybody wants to get their hands in the 1st spot. But for now, if you talk about the 7th number and the competition around that spot, BTR is on the 38 points. You can see that MVK, not that difference, not that big of a difference between them and BTR. It's just a 2 points difference. And then we have CDL, team CELCOMDIGI Alliance. You can see team TDK with no points difference with that 9th spot. So the competition is definitely there. The qualification is not going to be that easy. But for now, Vampire Sports fighting for that qualification, takes that leap of faith. There's a player of
Oh
BTR in
my
front of them.
God.
Tony K has that
Oh,
shotgun in his
good
hand,
shot.
shuts down the player, and he's going to eliminate him as well.
Oh,
But
what a
once
cover
again,
fire.
finds another player, and he was not good enough. BTR, two of the players are down, and now Vampire Esports, they have this obvious combination going on. A 2v4 situation for BTR, and I don't think so that they can pull it off because BTR, the problem is there, and on the other side, Vampire Esports, they will not let you clutch this situation now.
I don't think so. PDR have a chance. They're pretty dispersed out. 2 players away from the knocked out players. One is already finished. The other one is just counting the numbers, how long you're gonna stay in the match. Obviously, Team Vampire, they'll make sure that they confirm the elimination point. But the guy is somewhat close to the player and getting revived out. The cover fire on the back line is kind of been helping these 2 players to stay alive for this long. But let's see if Vampire will be able to trade them with the utility. But we have to take down the ZMJKK first if they want to get this thing done. But oh my God, Mela pushes forward, but the kind of success he was hoping, he couldn't get that. BTR there, reset once again. Nades come in, low on HP players pushing forward. Another cover fire from ZMJKK, and Vampire is down to 2-man standing, and a lot of utility will be thrown, and the Tony K low on HP as well. Another nade will be traded. Let's see if it will bring any kind of good news for these guys. But VPE Tony K gotta make sure that he res up his player so they can have 3-man standing to go against this BTR squad. BTR definitely will heal up. They will be pushing forward. They know that at the moment Vampire is a little bit bruised. They are in a damage in a pickle
my
situation.
God,
But there you
what's
go,
going
Gone
on?
for a long way down, and we'll make sure the Vampire player is down. It's a 2v3 situation now. Tables have turned, and now Vampire is on the receiving end. At the same time, there's a third party going on, and BTR have to make sure that they keep themselves in a situation where they are safe while taking this fight. 2 versus 2. Another time, BTR, Malak Big is also knocked out. Another nade goes in. BTR Kong taking down one more player, was hiding right next to the door, and it made sure the player that is entering will have it difficult for him. And there you go, Tony K starting the brawl and finishing it in a style for elimination to the backpack of Tony K. But at the same time, Team BG is here, and they will make sure that it's over for Team Vampire.
Absolutely, Vampires versus BTR, a 1v4 by Tony K, the last man standing he is. In fact, there's another player, he revived him, but there's another team in the close compound. Let's see if they can slam in. The whole point, the whole question is if they're gonna plan to slam in or not. VOIN Donkeys is that team in the close quarters, on the close ridges. But for now, their stance does not look aggressive. They will probably wait for them to get out of these compounds, and then they will try to damage them or try to spray on them. But for now, they're not. They're just holding down. On the other side, if you talk about RRQ trying to rotate on the close quarters, there are so many of Lost Lands. There are so many teams around this area. They have to be really careful with those rotations. RRQ, their previous match was really good. They had 19 points in that one match. But for now, as I was talking about this, that there are a few teams in the close quarters. You have to be really careful. Nerf is that player who was out in the open, got spotted by someone, got taken down, and now RRQ trying to start their revive session once again.
Oh my
VOIN
God.
Donkeys, as we were talking about this, that they will wait for Vampire Esports to get out of those compounds, and then they will try to gatekeep that rotation once again. In that gatekeeping scenario, they got one of the player down. VOIN Donkeys are gonna play this team, the kind of stance this team
God,
has
that was
in all
close.
those fights. They always try to gatekeep, and once again, they are gatekeeping Team Vampire Esports.
Vampire Esports, they are kind of gassed out, to be very honest with you. 2 of the players are down. Tony just clashed out a whole team against BTR, and now they'll be playing more of a survival game rather than going aggressive because they cannot afford to. They don't have the kind of resources to go aggressive. But let's have a quick look at our second phase of the game. It's kind of more favoring to the southern side of Los Leones. The whole city is available for the grabbing. The northern side of the city is pretty open. I think BG won't have any problem to get into the city and find a good rail safe for themselves. But at the same time, it'll be a little difficult for VD to make some space. BG, that definitely will be gatekeepers in the situation. VPE will get a corner as well in this whole big city without any sort of kind of retaliation fire coming their way. But at the same time, RRQ, they got stopped on the way while they were trying to make into the circle. But what was that? It was an easy player, wasn't even looking at you, and you couldn't take him down. Playbook, they have 7 eliminations early on. They wiped out a score early on, Boom Esports, and now they have 2 pieces of RRQ for themselves as well. And RRQ, I think they are left with the last man standing, and it will be confirmed. RRQ is out of the game. Number 5th, team that is on the leaderboard is also out. So pretty much things are opening up for teams from 7th onward. And Vampire Esports, they have a very good chance to make it to at least 6th spot. But overall, these fights are not stopping anytime soon, Aladdin.
Well, at the start of the day, RRQ was not even top 7, and now that after those 19 points in number, they were able to be in the top 3. If only they had another great match like the previous one. RRQ is out, and their hopes to be in the top 3 is also out for now. But on the other side, Rangers, another team who's not going to qualify with this kind of performance. They have 17 points in 7 to 8 matches. That's definitely not a really good, not enough to make you be in that top 7 spots. Something amazing needs to be done. Something magical, something miraculous has to be done by them. But I think it's impossible. Our Rangers cannot do that because all the other teams talk about Vampire Esports, talk about Seedle, talk about Team TDK. Everybody's trying really, really hard to be on that top 7. Even Team PBMS, the team that we already mentioned, has 8 elimination numbers. They're also trying hard. They know that they have to be in the top 7 to qualify for the next round, and that's what they're trying to do. A bit more aggressive stance in this match. They have 8 elimination numbers already. With that 10 numbers of chicken dinners, they can definitely be in that top 6 or top 5 spot. But for now, the next circle is going to be there, and this circle shift is going to favor the southeastern side. And there's one thing about this the Lost Lone circle, that is that every other time when there's a Lost Lone circle, 90% of the times the circle is going to move towards that southeastern side. This area where Team Alter Ego is, that's where the circle is going to end. But for now, Team Talon Sports is pushing forward to challenge this spot, and that is going to be the fight for the chicken dinner. If Team Alter Ego wins this fight, they can definitely get the chicken dinner. But Talon, they have some other plans, because as they were pushing on this team, Axel finds one player, takes him down, and shuts him down entirely. Alter Ego now back on their 3 players. It's 3-4 situation. Talon Sports, they're playing very, very aggressive, SN.
Definitely the kind of talent we saw in the last match. I think they want that kind of revenge, because they were very close to getting the winner of chicken dinner. They were 4-man standing. Everything was in favor, but slight mistake from the side of Talon actually costed them a whole chicken dinner, 4 extra points. But this time around, Alter Ego, they're missing their shots. Definitely they're missing their shots, and which is causing them to panic. At the same time, Alter Ego is now on a back foot. 1 player is knocked out, 2 of them are healthy. They have no idea which side they should cover themselves from, because at the same time, Playbook is also taking shots on them. Team Talon is nearby. They have a very good compound for themselves. Players are scattered out. They're just looking at their angles and making sure anybody that is trying to get into the circle from the southern side won't able to make it. But now, I think AE learned their lesson. They're not gonna, over peak or ego peak these angles. Make sure they stay healthy. Don't hurt their armor, especially the helmet and the vest. But meanwhile, something exciting is going on. Rangers are out. Only 2 players were alive. BG pushed on their compound. Make sure that they take out everything that is in their way. And BG, with 7 eliminations in total, now have control of the northern side of Los Leones.
Absolutely. If you look at the position of Team BG, they have to scrape all those elimination numbers. They have to eliminate every team in their way to get their hands on the chicken dinner, because Circle is not going to move towards that northern side. And now that they're stuck between multiple teams, this is going to be really, really difficult for Team BG for now, but BG, their focus is on that top 3 spots, or maybe they want to be on that first spot. For now, they have 7 elimination numbers. There's one team in front of them. It's a 3-4 situation. They have that man advantage, but for now, one of the players knocked out, and Team TDK, they're pushing forward. They're not stopping whatsoever. They're trying to take that advantage, and Yakta, he was forced to take that 1v1. He got taken down, and now that BG is losing their man advantage once again. Ichi was revived. He healed himself. Now waiting for his opponents with that grenade in his hands, he's trying to welcome his opponents, but once again, Ichi got his HP down. BG versus
this
Team
was
TDK.
unnecessary.
Look at this, he was pushing forward. Unknown, that was a mistake. Why did he jump in front of his opponents? I mean, look at this crossfire set up by TODAK Gaming. That was brilliant.
what a
And once again,
shot.
as Ichi moves forward, the grenade was there. Another utility knockout by Team TODAK,
Last
and
man
now
standing.
it's a 1v3. I think there's one more player of Team BG alive, and that is Godspeed. He's pushing forward. He has that shotgun, and
good
that's
shot.
it. That's enough. Once again, TODAK Gaming getting the better of their opponents. Team BG got shut down entirely. 4 elimination numbers in TODAK Gaming's elimination tree, and once again, they're reviving the players. It's going to be a 3-4 situation for them. They lost one of their pair, but that's it. I think that was a fair trade for them. They have the compounds in the zone, and now they have 3 players alive.
Yeah, they lost one player in the process, but Haladin, he gave them 4 elimination, and also they took down one of the aggressive squads so far. That the guys have 7 eliminations for themselves, and if they could have taken down TODAK,
Look at
that
their
would be
placement in
11
zone.
eliminations, definitely. And again, TODAK, they are on the northern extreme part of the map. Definitely, they'll have to fight SEM9 and MVK in the coming stages of the game. But at the same time, they are not confident. They have those eliminations under their belt, and they'll make sure that they capitalize on that. YANGON Galacticos in a very good position in the meanwhile. Kill feed, VPE, make sure that they take some more, eliminations before they leave for the lobby. 2 of the players are still surviving.
Look
It
at
took
TALON.
one of the player from the side of, I believe, Cole. They have one of the players knocked out, but I think he'll easily get revived. But one donkey, I don't know what they're thinking. They have to make sure that they get into a safe spot without even losing their vehicles or getting damaged from 3 different sides. But at the same time, a lot of damage being dealt.
Oh my
on the
god,
side
Big
of
C.
Big C, there you go. Been taken out by CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Digi Alliance. Yep.
Digi Alliance, and there you go. Kill confirmed from the side of Vampire Esports. Vampire got that elimination for themselves. Definitely things are getting interesting on the southern side of the map. But let's see what VD learned from this this specific knockout and a finish. I don't
Look at
think
the
so they're
names of
gonna
the players
peek out.
of Team CELCOMDIGI Alliance. I mean, Olio. There's one player named K-Luke.
It's got a tongue twister for us, making our job
Yes.
harder.
People think it's Cluck. I used to say Cluck like for 2 to 3 seasons. That's what I was saying. Cluck, Cluck, Cluck. And then once I got a chance to talk to one of their members of their team, and that's when he corrected me and said it's K-Luke, not Cluck. But yes,
You never
it's
know
a bit
what
more
gamers are
challenging
thinking.
for us. For now, if Star is that player who's taking players down, it's a lifter actually. He is taking down the players and confirming those elimination numbers as well. For now, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they need all those elimination points that they can get because they have to be in the top 7 spot. For now, they have 35 points. And their competitors, Vampire Esports, if you talk about them on the 7th spot, they have 40 points. So they need 4 to 5 more points in order to be in the top 7. But to end that competition for that 7th spot, they need to get 10 to 15 points at least. But on the other side, Vikings, if you talk about Team Vikings, they have some of the players alive. They're also focused to get those elimination numbers. 3 of the players of Team MVK are alive and they're waiting for the zone to get closed in. TALON Esports on the other side, rotating from the southern side of the zone. For now, they're waiting for the zone, and the zone is moving towards
wow.
ALTEREGO. That's what I mentioned, that Team ALTEREGO, that the kind of spot they have in the zone, that's where the circle is gonna finish. And some crazy predictions by me. I would like to appreciate myself for now. But as we're moving forward, Team Talon Esports, they have to move inside the circle, and in order to do that, they have to push on ALTEREGO. Now it's an opportunity
ALTEREGO.
for Team ALTEREGO that they can get a lot of elimination points, Sesson.
Absolutely, but the kind of move they did with Bodro leaving his team at a time when they definitely need a three-man strong squad to actually, stop the kind of aggression which can possibly come from the side of Talon. Axel, is going in, making sure he gets the information for his team before team moves into the circle. But at the same time, in the extremities, they have PB. They are also keeping an eye on the whole movement around and will make sure if anything breaks down between both of these teams, they would love to do a third party on them. But EXO was successfully be able to push Team AE a little further into the circle, kind of in a central position. But at the same time, the circle is favoring those teams that are still stuck in the city of Los Leones. And meanwhile, MVK, they got some success. They got some utility knockouts on the players of Sem9. Sem9, they're already struggling. There you go. There's a push coming toward the side of Sem9, and it's over.
No way.
UMP finish, and MVK with 3 eliminations in their backpack. Now they are, kind of pretty solid in that part of the circle. But TDK, 3-man standing. There's another squad which could be like kind of a, I would say, threat for the side of MVK, as to make sure that they keep an eye on that. But what a good move. They didn't go for a head-on collision with the squad of AE. They kind of move around them, and now they have a very good position. There you go. Axel getting one knock on the players of AE, slowly and steadily making his move forward. At the same time, we have to be very careful from the side of PB. They've been looking in this way for a long time. At the same time, Badro gets confirmed by CELCOMDIGI Alliance. All the hard work done by TALON, but confirmation came from the side of CD. But at the same time, Talon, they are in a kind of a pickle situation here. VP is also pushing forward. PBS is on their flanking angle, and Talon have to, push straight forward, kind of head on. Otherwise, they don't have any other options to, kind of look for at the moment.
Absolutely, they have to pick a fight on both of the sides. They have a few teams waiting for them. On one side, it's Team PVMS, and on the other, there's another team that is waiting for them. But for now, they have to pick and choose a fight. Team
good
PV,
one.
they're focused on another squad for now. That is Team MVK. MVK was already standing with the 3 players. Now that 2 of the players are down, it's a 1v4 situation, 1v3 situation for them. But on the other side, Team Talon, they've decided to push forward. This is not looking good for
nice
Team PB. Look at Talon Esports. They're pushing forward, taking all the players down one by one. Now that Team PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, they're surviving the 2 players. They're falling back from this fight. They know that they have nothing but demise in this fight for them, and they're falling back once again. So both of the players are trying to avoid these fights now. Talon Sports, they have so many chances to get these elimination numbers up, but once again, Team ALTEREGO. If we talk about this team, on one side there was Team ALTEREGO, on the other there was Team MVK. But look at this, Vampire Sports pushing forward and taking down the players of ALTEREGO. Now that all the hopes of Team ALTEREGO of taking this second dinner is lost, there's no more comeback for Team ALTEREGO, and Vampire Sports is scraping all those elimination points with just 2 of their players alive. 8 elimination numbers for them, and Tony K, what a performance by this lad. After that 1v1, he is still not stopping whatsoever. But look at this, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they had the idea, they were hitting all those gunshots, they moves forward, taking down the players of Vampire Sports. Now it's only Tony K surviving with 5 elimination numbers in his backpack, but CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they're gonna charge, and now they have to move forward. There's one more team that is waiting for them, and that is Team Talon Sports. CELCOMDIGI Alliance versus Talon Sports, that's going to be really interesting, but for now, they need to eliminate that one last player of Team Vampire Sports. But do they have any idea that Tony K is so close to them?
I don't think so. Definitely, I think they have an idea. They were looking for Tony K, but at the same time, they have to be careful from Talon Esports. Talon Esports, they've been looking their way, and now Talon Esports in a very good position to take down these players of CD. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, a lot of damage being dealt on them, and definitely at the same time, Olio is taken out. Another player will get knocked out, and there you go. That's what I was about to say. And now it's time for Talon to get these 4 eliminations for themselves as well. Third party happening again. Look, taking down one of the players of Talon. It's a 3v2 situation still. They have kind of a surrounding situation for themselves. Talon, they have all the resources to actually press forward, but Talon Sheet low on HP is pushing forward. Kasim, he is on a better HP, but a good shotgun shot to the face definitely made it difficult for Kasim to even push forward. But there you go, 2v2 situation. Knife is low on HP. Digicom is a 2v2 now, and a Lifter is still waiting for a revival. Kasim low on HP. Look has to make sure that he kind of back up and pick his player up. At the same time, Yango Galacticos hears all of this, sound coming from their eastern side. They have pushed forward as well, and now the chances of Digicom to actually make out of this whole situation are kind of getting very difficult. Yangon, they have one of the player, Mernat Boy, is knocked out, but still things are under control. On the back side, PBMS taking down the exiting players of TDK from the city, and now a nade will go in, and I think it will be a confirmation on the side of team CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and it's over for them. Yangon Galacticos Romeo getting a grenade elimination for himself.
Absolutely, an interesting third party by Team YG once again. They know that if they want to make a comeback, this is that first match for them where they can get things going. And Yangon Galacticos are getting those elimination numbers up and surviving with all four of the players. This tells us that this team is ready to make a comeback. 6 elimination numbers. All they need is 10 more points of that chicken dinner. But for that to happen, they have to stay alive. The biggest challenge in front of them, that is Team BB. And these two players of Team BB will try to, give a lot more challenge to this team. They have 12 elimination numbers. PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, they played brilliantly previously. They were, waiting on those crossroads networks for all those third parties and all those cutoff on rotations. But for now, they're waiting. They're waiting for their opponents to fight with each other, and they will scrape on the leftover points. And for now, Break is taking down the players of Team YG, and not just taking them down, but he's confirming them as well. Once again, the man advantage is not the YG. They still have 3 players up comparatively. If you talk about all those other surviving teams, they have that man advantage still in their favor. But they were playing with 4 players, and they were dominating. Now that they are on the 3 players, let's see what they can do with these 3 players. YG, they have to be a bit more careful. Losing players one by one with all those from all those solos, that's not something that they should do. But on the other side, Team PB will be ready to get all those advantages, all those elimination numbers once again. And now that the circle is done and dusted, Team PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, specifically this player of Team PB, he has to move forward and get that shack for himself. But YG, now they're moving forward onto the shack. This is the best area, the prime location, according to the circle. YG, nobody can steal this chicken dinner from them, but if they make such mistakes, they can definitely throw it. For now, the utility is being dumped, and one by one, all these grenades are being dumped by YG. It's a 1v2 now. Levi's James pushing forward with a grenade once again, but PBMS, the trade grenades are there. Some damage being given, but some being taken. YG takes this chicken dinner with 8 elimination numbers, and that's what they needed us, and that's what they needed to make a comeback.
Definitely 18 points will make it big for them. Yangon, they were long waiting for such a match for themselves, and at the end, the whole chicken dinner was served on a platter for them. Keeping all your 4 men alive definitely make things easy for you in the final circles, and that's what happened for Yangon Galacticos. What an amazing match, and especially that third party on the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance and TALON. That was kind of a deciding factor. TALON was moving pretty aggressively. They had a very good fight against CELCOM. CELCOM kind of neutralized them throughout that very situation. But a right time push from the side of Yangon actually wrote the whole fate of this match and made sure that Yangon gets the win of a chicken dinner. But MVP is Mon Boy. Wow. I think we should start, literally pronouncing these players' names to make it more interesting for all of our viewers out there. But Mon Boy, amazing work, 8 eliminations, to be very clear, with 900 damage. Very accurate. Made sure that none of any of the ammunition go to waste. So very, I would say, valuable performance from this guy. 8 eliminations, survival of 27 minutes, making his team to actually get to the 2nd position in this match. And on the other side, we have Yangon with 9 eliminations, 10 placement points, total of 19. Same goes for PLAYBOOKxMISFIT with 13 eliminations and 19 total points with 6 placement points. We have MG and Viking esports. They got 4 eliminations. Got finished on the 3rd spot, 9 points. Same goes for Vampire. 9 points. They were doing pretty well, all thanks to Tony K. TODAK with 8 points. We have CELCOM DG Alliance with 7, Burmese goals 7, and rest of the team points are on our table. I think one of the team wasn't able to join this match, so we were instead of 18, we had only 17
Yep.
teams playing in this game. Let's have a quick look at the overall ranking before we actually go toward the next step. We have Yangon. They are jumping. They jumped
7
seven
points.
spots,
Oh my
seven
god.
spots, and made it to the top 6. Now 46 total points. Alpha 7 is that team weren't able to join this match. I kind of had said 2 matches today, but Yangon with 47 points, they're looking very strong. Definitely, they have a chance of making the top 3 as well if they keep that performance consistent. Same goes for not Playboy, my bad. Playbook X Misfit, 44 points, jumped 5 spot for themselves, now on 9 spots. So the goal is to make it to top 7, right?
Yep, definitely. The
Absolutely.
goal is to be in the top 7, Alpha 7. They're unfortunately, they will not be able to qualify if they miss any other matches. But moving onwards on toward the second page, Vampire Sports trying to climb up slowly and steadily. They jumped 1 spot, but that's not enough for them. They need a chicken dinner with 10 to 15 elimination points. Okay, all right. Maybe 8 to 10 points will be enough. But on the other side, TODAK Gaming, they had a good start. They had 4 elimination numbers. And after that, those compound fights were not good for them. They got taken down with all those grenades. The players were down by those grenades out there. But CELCOMDIGI Alliance, you can say that they got sandwiched by multiple teams. On one side, it was TALON Esports. On the other, it was a Vampire. And they got eliminated somehow. BTR, another team who got sandwiched. Boom Esports had lost their first fight when they were fighting with Team PBMS, and that's when Team PBMS got that momentum going on, and that's the reason why they're in the second spot. I mean, in this match, they got not just 6 position points, but 12 elimination numbers was in the backpack of Team PBMS. Some crazy stats, crazy numbers. By them, One Donkeys, another team who was trying to gatekeep all those players out there. I mean, Miramar is all about gatekeeping and holding on those ridges and trying to cut off those rotation points. That's what Team One Donkeys was trying to do, but they were unable to get any of those points. There are some nerdy stats for USN that I just collected. In the previous match, TALON Esports, EA, and Team Secret, collectively, they got 49 points. These 3 teams, they had 49 points together. And in this match, these 3 teams, they had just 6 points. Only 6
See.
points. There's
See,
like,
that's
yeah,
yeah. Please go ahead.
there's a difference of 43 points, SN.
That's what we were talking in the match as well. If you remember, like the tables have turned, especially for those teams that made it good in the first match. Miramar was kind of would say an opposite kind of situation for them, but they have to be consistent if they want to qualify. If teams like these, the way they are making comebacks, jumping 7 to 8 spots in one match, definitely will make it interesting and also difficult for those teams that are not consistent. But let's have a quick look at the MVP ranking. We have Axel from Talon, 13 eliminations so far. We have 456 from the side of EA, 16 eliminations. And then we have GK, clutched the whole team in the last match.
TS,
12,
Team
yep,
Secret.
Team Secret. GK clutched the EA in that particular match, got 4 eliminations from there. We have Frankie, and then we have Boysil from Talon as well. So Talon, even though if they're on the top position, their players are showing the reason why they are on the top spot overall leaderboard. But second match is over. We are only left with only 4 more chances to qualify, and the next match is going to be Erangel once again, and then we'll see if Talon or RQ will be able to perform the same way where they performed in the first match. But coming back, Aladdin, I think you're about to say that the decision making from the side of ALTEREGO was kind of questionable. They were in a very good position. You said that position will
Yep.
be the playmaker for any team that will hold on to that position. I think AE didn't hear that, and they weren't able to control the whole area. Otherwise, results would have been different for ALTEREGO.
I mean, when the match was, when they were trying to, rotate in the on those ridges when they were, trying to move in their vehicles. That's when you mentioned that the rotation is not something that they need for now. They need to hold on these ridges, and they need to, make sure that they do not allow any of those teams to get close to them. And that's the mistake that Alter Ego made when they allowed their opponents to get close, and that's when they were unable to take fights on all those angles, all those avenues, and Alter Ego lost their players one by one from different sides. But, ladies and gentlemen, what will happen in the next match? Will there be any other team? Will it be Team PBMS, Alpha 7, or MVK trying to climb up on those spots to qualify for the grand finals? We all have to wait and watch for them. But for now, we need to take a short break. We'll be right back after a very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we're back with this dominating tournament. PUBG Mobile Asia, Showdown Doma Asia. Southeast Asian teams are playing up against each other once again. And this time around, I have Warden with me. Warden, the previous match was not good for Team RRQ, for Team Talon Esports, and for Team Secret as well. What's your take on this match? Do you think that they will be able to, dominate and reclaim those top spot once again?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be the goal here. After all, we're still approaching, quite the early stage of the tournament. So I'm not really expecting nothing but the best out of the best of, the effortness coming in from the players themselves. Obviously, it's going to be a brand new map once again. So we should be bound to expect something different here, Aladdin.
Absolutely. In the previous Erangel match, these teams were dominating. They got those elimination numbers of 19 points by RRQ, 15 by Talon, and 15 by EA. It clearly tells us they have something in their in their backpack for this Erangel's match. They did struggle on the Miramar, but let's wait and watch what they are going to do in the map of Erangel. On the other side, there are some teams who are trying to make their ways in the 7th spot. If we talk about Vampire Esports, one of those dominating names out there, they did win those global tournaments 2 times back to back, and now that Vampire is struggling, I think they need to come up with a different start in this entire lobby where 18 teams are playing. They're maybe used to playing against 16 teams. But for now, that 18 teams are playing in this lobby, they're getting a hard time playing against them.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I mean, with this whole competition evolving as time passed by here for PUBG Mobile, I mean, it doesn't really matter what kind of accolades are you going to be able to acquire prior to the current tournament that they're going to be participating into. You know, it's a new day, it's a new season, and it's a brand new tournament that a lot of these teams are trying to prove themselves worthy to the competition. So, hey, be it those top dogs. I mean, we could definitely see them prosper. Might not be right now, but definitely somewhere down the long run. Especially if we can bring in the whole experience that they've been able to gather, coming from like what their previous experience from numerous tournaments.
Absolutely. Now that we have the next match going, it's only a matter of a few seconds that we move ahead into the next match. I have a question for you, Warden. Which one team do you think is going to be that dominant team? Which one team is going to get that second dinner? Alongside Warden, I would like to ask everyone out there who's in the chat, who's watching us, that which one team they think that is going to qualify, that is going to win this match. Sorry. And same is the question from Warden. Warden, what do you think? Which one team is going to dominate in this match?
I'll to be honest with you, man. I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up between Talon and RRQ for me. But hey, let's come and get it. We move back now towards Erangel itself. A classic map to be seen as we get to see the flight path here. It is looking to slice down, starting things off from Kameshki or Salber, and it's going to be directly headed to Primorsk.
Absolutely, this flight part tells us that maybe the circle is going to go towards that military base side, or maybe it can go towards that hospital Gatka range, classical circle of Erangel. You know, multiple times, maybe 60 to 70% times, we see the circle moving towards that Gatka, those Gatka trenches, and side by side that Mount Everest area. But for now, we're waiting, and we want to see some early on clashes as well. Maybe there will be some rotational fights, but for now, if you look towards all those rotational areas, all those drop spots, it's not difficult for teams to reach the top spots. According to this flight path, it's a bit more balanced flight path that is cutting the map from with a 50-50 split. You can see that all the teams can go towards, if they want to go towards Severny, shooting range, Georgopol, they can go and access those points easily. And on the other side, if any of those teams wants to go towards that military base area, they can go there as well. Alongside, there are some teams who want to go towards Novopinoy side, they can also go there. But if there are two teams or multiple teams who wants to get there, they will probably face each other in those rotational fights. But for now, we really want to see some action going on. As in the previous match, there were four teams fighting against each other. It was Team Secret fighting up with Team EA. There was a 1v4 by GK. On the other side was Team BG versus Team Secret once again, as BG was doing a third party. Then it was BTR that was taking fight with Vampire Esports. So maybe some teams will try to take those revenge out there. But you can see on the map, BG is landing really close to Team Boom Esports. So there is a drop class that we're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the circle now, we are shifted towards the bottom left of the map. So, hey, at least most of the teams in this round so far are going to be pretty much covered into the circle itself. And we're not going to be seeing a lot of those, mids to run rotation. And it's just all going to come down to, finding the proper read up against one opposition. As we get to see so far, a casualty will be happening here for Boom Esports as they find one player up against BG.
Yep, BG Godspeed is down and out for now, and another player is down. Yakhta, this was he was that player this time around who was down, and Boom Esports, they're confirming all those elimination numbers. They're not letting those knockouts go by. They're not letting their opponents survive their teammates. But on the other side, it's YG coming up against another team. This time around, it's MVK. All those molotovs are going again. Utilities being used, and Superman, he was so down. He was so low in HP. Once again, they're moving forward. James has that leap of faith, and with an Uzi pushing forward, jumping and getting those eliminations confirmed, and MVK is confirmed. They're out of this match without losing a single player. YG confirms 4 elimination points, and once again, the champions of the previous match, the dominators of the previous match, they got the chicken dinner in the previous one. Once again, they're getting their hands on those elimination numbers, and this will give them momentum, and this will give them confidence once again to confirm this match as well. And if YG does that, they will not just jump in those top 3. I mean, this is something impossible that they did in the previous match. They were on the 12 or 13 spot maybe. They jumped 7 points, and now they will probably jump 3 more after getting this chicken dinner. But it's too early to say that. There are a lot more challengers out there. It's PG, Team Secret, EA, and Talon Sports. They will not let you get this chicken dinner alongside other teams who are trying to fight for that 7th spot. Let's talk about Team PBMS, Vampire Esports. It's not going to be easy for any of those teams to get that chicken dinner. But for now, a good start by YG.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the best starts out there for you to be able to claim 4 elimination points without dropping a number at all. That's definitely the start of what you want to foresee. I mean, with that being said, I mean, if you take a look at the way that the circle has been playing out and the whole drops, I mean, that will be probably one of the last few casualties that YG has to worry about for the long run. For the time being, I mean, you did slow back to Vampire Esports, and definitely it's not going to be easy at all. I mean, this is going to be pretty much applicable for everyone. After all, we have just started the very round itself, and there's still going to be a lot of things bound to be probably surprising as we get to see E Arena Joker able to find one player already up against YG. As we thought that the clearance will come through here from the side of YG, E Arena, they put themselves into the mixture, and they're going to be able to get the first blood.
Absolutely, not scouting the area, rotating without any information. That can backfire, and this is backfiring on Team YG. But EA, they're chasing down their player. The EA is chasing on the one player of Team YG, but he jumps into the water side. And for now, it will be impossible for Team A to confirm that animation number, but they can take this car and they can take all that advantage from their opponents. But one of the players of Team EA, he jumped to get that elimination number confirmed. Is he what he is going to try to do? I mean, it does not work like this, but maybe EA just wants to, they just want to threaten their opponents. That's the entire plan of Team EA. But for now, this move by the solo player, it's really questionable. What was he thinking at that time when he jumped into the water? But it's okay. It's all right. They were maybe he was maybe derived by the motion or something else. There were some other forces who made him jump. But on the other side, there's one thing that I want to mention. There's one thing that I want to highlight for all those viewers out there. If you want to participate in such tournaments where all those big teams are playing, not just South Asian, but Southeast Asian teams are playing. I mean, these are global champion level squads out there who have played global champion and all those big tournaments of PUBG Mobile. If you want to play against them, there's one chance for you guys. Lidoma is a platform that gives you tournaments and scrims every month. You can play them. You can get a chance to win $5,000 for yourself.
Damn, I mean, that's a pretty hefty bonus pool or prize pool that anyone can just, find themselves to participate into. But obviously, we want the elite and the best teams out there. So, shoot your shot here for Lidoma. Now, you're back on track for the game. I mean, for the side of the singular player there from the side of YG, I think he was just playing for his life. But in the process, I think we did get to see E Arena just still back away already, as it's gonna be wasting a bit of time. After all, it was right around the military base vicinity, and as we got to see the first initial circle as well, it's gonna be stowing back from the western side of the map. So you don't really want to dwell on that singular elimination too much. But as we move forward now towards this very match, I mean, 6 minutes and 35 seconds has passed by, and the only casualty that we were able to see, obviously, we came from the side of YG and MVK, and on the moving over towards E Arena with YG finding them the first blood. But overall, we do get set back to a stalemate here, Aladdin.
Absolutely, but in this match, I think Team BURMESE, they had a pretty good start for them. In the previous match, like in 2 to 3 minutes, they were wiped out from the map of Miramar. But for now, they have 2 elimination numbers in the backpack. A good start from them. It was up against Team BG. BG, who was probably the dominators. You can say that in some ways they were the dominators in terms of elimination numbers. They had some good numbers in the previous match, but now that 2 of the players are down, they will try to play a bit more aggressive this time round. But BTR on the other side, they did have a very great fight. I mean, it was a 1v4 by Tony K. It was BTR versus I think it was a Team Secret or someone else, but yes, Tony K did a 1v4 in that situation. Yes, it was BTR versus Vampire Esports, where they got a 1v4 by Tony K. But for now, Team BTR, they have to regain they have to reset their mental, and once again they have to try hard. BTR is unfortunately on the 13th spot. With this performance, with such performance, they cannot qualify. If they want to qualify for the grand finals, they have to play some good matches, and this has to be that match, because after this one there will be 3 more chances left, and if you miss this chance, 2 more chances left. In fact, if you miss this chance, this things can look pretty tight or difficult for you. But on the other side, if you look towards the players of BTR, holding on some compounds close to Gatka, they're just waiting for all those teams to rotate. I mean, in 6 to 8 minutes, we see all those teams to finish their loot and start rotation. But if you look towards all these teams out there, they're still focused to get those loots out there. But RRQ indulging themselves into a fight against Team PB. some trades are going back and forth. Once again, BTR joining in that third party. They heard those gunshots out there. Now they will probably try to slam in, but the spray was insane by Risey. He takes down 2 players, and now he's moving forward with that buggy, and Team BTR is going for a third party. That's what we were expecting from this team. They need those elimination numbers. They need all those elimination numbers that they can get, but this third party has to be correct. They do not need to make any mistakes out there. But BTR, this was a mistake. That was overcommitment out there. RRQ confirms those elimination numbers with the grenade, but BTR, they lost 1 player in that process.
Yeah, and it's going to be unfortunate here for the side of Playbook, as they were the ones that initiated the fight up against Rex, Regom, Kion, and now they're going to be down the trail, out of the way, but we got to move on to the next. The Rangers here putting themselves into the mixture up against ALTEREGO. Nate's flying by, 1 player hitting it from the top side, and it's going to be Rangers having the opportunity to find a reset here for one of their teammates. Smoke's going to get deployed in the process, and it's going to be Jappy as well extended from the top side here to provide the coverage that they need. ALTEREGO, Eris are going to be eliminated from the scene as well.
Absolutely, Rangers this time around, they eliminate ALTEREGO, and once again some upsets are going on. ALTEREGO, they did its match, they need to qualify, they need to be in the top 7, but Rangers coming in with their 4 players. Previously they had 2 players running in the match of Miramar, but now that they had 4 of the players in this match, they did not lose any single player in the process. They won a 4v4 fight against ALTEREGO, who were trying to confirm their qualification spot. But on the other side, BTR getting 2 elimination numbers and losing 2 players, that's not a fair trade.
Oh yeah, not at all, bro. I mean, that's the punishment that you get for initiating the fights that you can't really take within, though. And unfortunately for them, they fiend on that very mistake, but you gotta move on now towards the next. So far, I mean, as crazy as it seems, I mean, we went through a 7 minutes of stalemate. As we reached the 10-minute mark, all of a sudden we get to see 4 squads just passing by in our eyes. And now with that being said, no, I mean, with Playbook and MVK is going to be out of the picture. Same goes for the side of YG and RIQ. This might just be a window of opening here for the side of Vampire Esports, TDK, CDAL, BTR, and Boom as well, to maybe turn their narratives all around here for this competition.
Absolutely, but once again, Vampire Esports trying to get those controls of those hills area. For now, the dog hill is in play. All the teams are trying to come across, these areas, and you can see that on one side it's Team Boom Esports, and on the other it's Team BTR. In fact, on the other side it's Vampire Esports, and BTR is stuck for now. They cannot get out of these compounds. But Gatka is that area where all the teams are getting getting those areas for themselves. I want to see the zone. I really want to see which kind of the zone is in play. For now, I think it's more like Gatka trenches in the dog hill area. For now that all the teams are moving towards the dog hill side, this is going to be that point of contention. And moving onwards towards the circle, look at the dog hill side. Vampire Esports is there, and their split is crazy. I mean, this can backfire. They need to get themselves together because all the teams are coming into the circle. On one side, it's Team EA. On the western side, if you can see that Team TALON Esports is also moving forward. Vampire will get their players picked up in those rotations, and they have to regain, I mean, their dispersion. For now, on the other side, if you look at SEM9, they have probably the second best spot for themselves in the circle. The first one is still in the favor of Team TDK, as they had the entire control of that dog hill.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, they got a lot of wide coverage as well. Just better make sure you watch every sidelines that will be granted to you. You know, you don't want to get pushed out or get pinched here by any of the opposition. But moving back, we do have some casualties happening there for a set of BIGETRON. They only have one player standing strong there on top, and one of their players as well going to be down to the ground. So I'm not exactly too certain what's going to be happening there, but one thing for sure, we do have Rangers here nearing the vicinity of Vampire Esports.
Absolutely, Jappy is down by Mela. For now, Team RNG is getting a lot of damage by Vampire Esports, and they're pushing forward. Look at this. Once again, this player takes a lot of damage. Jibna was that player who was damaged by Vampire Esports. They're getting the elimination numbers confirmed. Tony pushing forward gets that elimination number confirmed with that shotgun. The distance is getting closed, and now RNG, they have to pull off those aggressive stats now, because Team Vampire Esports, they're going to move forward. They're going to eliminate you. Some utilities being traded by Team Vampire Esports, and also by Team Rangers, and Ranger gets one of the player knocked out with those utilities. But once again, Vampire Esports, they cannot make this mistake. They cannot lose their players. They want to qualify. For now, they're on the 10th spot. If they get a chicken dinner in this match, maybe they will be able to move onwards on towards the 6th or 5th spot. But for that to happen, they have to win this fight. And Rangers, when there's one team who is on the bottom spot, who has nothing to lose but everything to gain, they can be pretty deadly. And Rangers as that team for now, they can be very deadly for Team Vampire Sports, if they take any of the players down, they would just confirm that elimination numbers and take that advantage from your side. Once again, some utilities being traded, and Vampire Sports gets a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a story to be told here for between Vampire Esports and Rangers. I mean, it is going to be a stalemate at this very time being, but once, things comes to shove, it might just be any of these teams here going by, not unless someone draws back away. But if you get to see the aggression here from the side of Ganola, from the side of Vampire Esports, he is closing up the distance here. And he does have the arsenal as well to back himself up here from this close quarter combat. Nade's going to get cooked. Draws it back away. A 3-man push already happening from the front side up against Rangers. So as he did say, they got everything to gain here in this very clash, and it's going to be pretty detrimental if they can come out alive on top in this very case. But we get to see smokes deployed all across the vicinity, and it is just all going to come down to the first initial opener. Here's Grange, leads the way.
Oh my god.
But unfortunately the nade connects there. Jebna confused on what to do. The nade's gonna get cooked once again here from the side of Tony K. Jebna is next to it now. A barrage of nades and lethals will be coming to your way, and it's just the players of RNG back against the wall. Can't find any breathing room in this very clash, and now we get to see Tony K pushing it up now from the backside. Has B-Bomb here to go for the rundown, but unfortunately can't find the angle, but has 2 players down to the ground to go for this elimination. Securement is there, confirmation comes true. Last player arrived from the side of RNG, trying to be the last glimmer of hope. Jibna drops down, sprays in, tags up now, double challenge, finds one, able to get a reset, sprays in, and looking to go for the clutch. But unfortunately for him, he is tagged all away. But Vampire Esports, slowly but surely, is what trampling up and within. It's a big fight.
Oh my
But at
god!
the end, RNG, they
my
find
god!
the window.
That's crazy performance by this one player, Jebna. Insane. Man, oh man, that was a miracle that it needed to pull off. And Jebna did it brilliantly. That was a 1v3 by him. A clear 1v3. The last man standing from Rangers was able to get entire squad of Team Vampire Sports. That was insane by this one player. That was crazy. I mean, Tony K, as he got taken down, all the players were following him. They got taken down one by one. But once again, man, oh man, what a performance by Jebna. The entire team needs to get that credit, but specifically Jebna was insane. He was better than everybody else. But for now, Team YG gets eliminated as well. The dominators of the previous match were eliminated by Tem9. If you look towards all those teams who are fighting for the qualification, on those 6, 7, 8, or 9 spot, even on the 10 spot, all of the teams are eliminated. This opens room for the bottom teams, for the bottom 8 teams to climb up and actually, to be able to fight for those survival numbers. And once again, BTR, DDK, Boom Esports, Wine Donkeys, the Rangers, and even Sem9, they're trying to, fight for the qualification. But it looks impossible, close to impossible for Team Rangers and Team Sem9. But now, if you look towards the elimination numbers, they have 10 elimination numbers in total. But Wine Donkeys, another team, is fighting for the qualification. They have 3 elimination numbers, and one of the players down. They need to revive him as soon as possible. BTR versus TALON, the fight of the Giants is happening as well. TALON Sports takes 1 player down, and they get a trade in instantly. BTR takes a player of Team TALON Sports down as well. But BTR, they have lost 2 of the players, as we were mentioning. That the fight that they third partied in was not a fair trade for them. But once again, TALON Sports, the focus is not on one team, but they're fighting on different ends.
Oh, yeah, man. And it's just, finding the light within the storm itself. A lot of casualties. That is exactly the competition here for the side of PUBG Mobile. And you just have to get the better reads. Better aim for sure here from the side of Naxil. Able to get 1 player from the side of BTR tagged up. I mean, if there's going to be any squad here that can definitely pop off on the late games, it's definitely this team that we are eyeing out so far here on our screen. That is going to be TALON Esports so far. I mean, after all, they got a massive gap comparing to the number 2 team here, which is going to be E Arena. That has been eliminated already from this very round. So this is going to be serving as an opportunity here for the set of TALON Esports to truly solidify themselves here on the number 1 spot. I mean, right across, looking at the map, they have a lot of possible casualties to deal with here, Aladdin.
Absolutely, but Talon Sports, the kind of body language this team has, they're probably ready to scrape all those elimination numbers, but they need to get their things going. They need to get a head start, and for that to happen, they need to win one fight, and after that, Team Talon Sports will be unstoppable. For now, Talon Sports trying to get the information across all those areas that they're holding. This is the Dog Hill side where they're trying to get the information. They're clearing their backstabs for now. They didn't want to get any of those damages from their backside, and now that they have the information that one of the team is in those compounds, they will probably wait for them to get out, as these compounds are not inside the zone, and any of those teams who are holding those compounds, when they get out, they will face Talon Sports. They will face the sprays of Talon Sports, but Talon Sports is also outside the zone. They also need to move inside the circle, and a rotation needs to be done by them, but on the back of it, it's Team VOIN Donkeys who can probably surprise them. The backstab was cleared, maybe the back areas was cleared by Talon Sports, but they have no clue about VOIN Donkeys, who can be deadly for any of those teams out there. But for now, TODAK Gaming, they spotted one of the players, and now they have the idea that maybe some other players of VOIN Donkeys are also there.
Yeah, and in the process, we get to see VTR and VOIN Donkeys just getting eliminated here simultaneously. And now we get dropped down to the number 7 teams here in this very round of Erangel. All on our eyes is going to be Talon Esports. We got TS, BG, TDK, Boom Esports, Rangers, and Sem9. So, hey, eyes on the prize here for the set of Sem9. Surely at the bottom part of the board, but hey, this could probably steer things up here for the narratives, but for the time being, all eyes here for the set of Talon Esports. They spot one player there across on the set of Boom, and Shield's able to find initiation already. Find 56 out, but King Kibo finds a respondent as well. It's a big trade-off here between Talon Esports and Boom Esports.
Oh my god, Erangel moves forward, but he gets a lot of damage. He needs to move inside the zone. He's still outside the zone. Team Esports, they had the advantage, and with those brutal dump, Bam Bam gets another player down. Team Talon Esports, they're not looking good in this fight. They're on the verge of elimination. Once again, Kibo spots another player, gives him a lot of damage, and look at this. Talon Esports are losing the players one by one, as Axel was taken down by Peko, and now on that last player, this team is the wraparound of Boom Esports is there. Boom Esports is definitely gonna win this fight without losing a single player. The fight is down to that last one player, but Peko trying to do that third party from Team TODAK's side. He is trying to give a lot of damage on Team Talon Sports side by side. He's now in the players of Boom Sports, but look at this. Bam Bam spotted the last player, eliminated him, and now that they have the zone for themselves, they won this fight. But wait for it. Wait for Team TDK. They also want to get their hands dirty in this fight, but for now, Team Boom Sports, their entire focus is shifted. They have 5 elimination numbers. 4 of their players up, being dumped. They did knock down one of the players, and they will try to take advantage, but P56, you have to be careful. You gotta watch out for those grenades out there. If you get any of those knockouts, Team TODAK will try to push forward, and they will try to eliminate you as well. But for now, TODAK was unable to revive their teammates. Finally, they did, and now back on their feet. 4 players alive. Boom versus Team TODAK. It's a 4-4 fight.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a matter of question here. When can we see the clutchiness here? Boom Esports, I mean, they were able to take down Talon Esports already, so it's going to be the biggest statement that they have been able to put up here so far here in this very round. What comes next in the process? Team Secret, they are able to climb the ranking as well towards the number 2, overtaking it away here up against E Arena. So, hey, let's build up the momentum here for the side of Team Secret. Moving over to TODAK. Was looking to put up a statement as well, but in the process, they got to get through the big old players to Boom Esports. Team Secret, on the contrary, looking like they are going to be throwing some shots here up against BG, so they have a pretty, strong position here so far. They can rotate around the outskirts and probably go for a backstab, but you got to make sure you play your cards right, because there is going to be 2 possible casualties that will be coming to your way.
Absolutely, Team Secret previously, they were not interested in any of those fights out there. They were just waiting for all the teams to, fight with each other, and then they were ready to scrape all those leftover elimination points. And once again, GK is trying to do that. Some long-range sprays are being traded for now, and GK, as he damaged the player, now that opponent is vanished from his eyes, and now Team Secret, they do not need to do anything else. All they need to do is just clear the close quarters. Boom Sports, they will try to fight with BG. They will probably probably get a third party as well. Team Secret have the zone for themselves. They do not need to do anything else. But on the back of it, TODAK Gaming once again, after winning that fight, 3 elimination numbers in their back, rotating inside the circle. Although there were some teams who were trying to gatekeep them, but the way this team is rotating, they will probably fight with Team Secret. They will probably rush on that team. And look at the players of Team TS. They had no idea. They had no clue that one of the team is closing in. And TODAK Gaming, they will not just get some elimination numbers, but they have the a good area for themselves in the zone. And as Team Secret was moving forward to get those elimination numbers confirmed on that team, but for now, Team TODAK Gaming, they have to face someone else. They have to face another opponent, but they have the zone for themselves for now.
For a moment of time here, you can get the map control, but if you can't really win your gunfights, it's not going to matter. But hey, Boom Esports wave their hands goodbye up against BG as we get to see now the number 5 teams here in this competition on this very round. Boom Esports, Team Secret, Rangers, Sem9, and TODAK. Sem9 so far putting up a fight here up against Boom Esports, able to get the first blood. Now, one player drops down to the ground. So, it's a pretty big showdown here between these squads, and it's just all going to come down who's going to be going for the initiation at the first hand. Really great position here for set of TODAK. That is going to be Patapin throwing some shots to connect from afar, but unfortunately for him, gets tagged up as well from the left side, coming from the western side of their vicinity. So it's just all going to come down to choosing your gunfights right here, Aladdin.
Well, to be very honest, Sem9 cannot qualify from here. For now, they don't have enough elimination numbers. They don't have enough total points. But all they're focusing is they just want to get that respectful exit from this tournament. And for that, they need to get this, get at least one chicken dinner to get their confidence for not this tournament, but for the next one, for maybe another tournament that they're playing after this one. But Rangers on the other side, they're also they also have the same focus, just like Sem9. But Rangers versus Sem9. That's one of the fights that I want to see. Two of the table, two of the bottom teams are fighting up against each other. Two of the least performing teams fighting against each other. And if Rangers clutches this fight, I mean, I can surely say that they were one of the best teams out there, but they did not just get enough momentum. Momentum is the key factor for you to get things going. But for now, Rangers need to move inside the zone. Sem9, they're gatekeeping them. They don't have any of those areas for themselves. They cannot play here. Just 15 more seconds and the zone will start. They have a vehicle to rotate it. They did throw a lot of smokes or a lot of util dump being used by them. But as they're moving forward, maybe Boom Esports will also spot them. But for now, Sem9, Yuhai spotted him, but they push forward. That slamming was enough to give a lot of damage, but Yuhai had a shotgun, shifts his gun, takes another player down, and eliminates the entire squad of RNG. No hopes for them whatsoever. For Sem9, they're getting elimination numbers up, and they have 8 of them now. And once again, what a spray by him. Firen gets another player knocked out, but the elimination point was stolen away.
My days, and now it's just all going to come down to this. M9 still looking to have a fiery run here as they mow down the players of Team Secret. Top 3 squads remaining. Boom Esports, Team Secret, Sem9. All eyes on you. 8 eliminations here for set of Boom Esports. Team Secret on 3, 9 as well for set of Sem9, ironically. But now we move in here with them here. Just waiting for things to pass by. At this point in time, you have it all. Take your shots cautiously. But hey, Yuhai
timing
going for it. Unfortunately, doesn't find it angled, and looking like that it's gonna be the smoke here deployed as well to provide a coverage here for the side of Esports. But Yuhai has a nade. Will it find the perfect medium rare? Will it find a connection? No, it doesn't. King Kibo just crossing in as well. Nearing the players of Sem9, the circle starts to close in, the nade flies by. It is an intense showdown here, Aladdin.
I'm not sure if it's Yuha who is unlucky or if it's Kibo who is lucky, but for now, the luck is not favoring him as Firing throws the grenades and takes down Kibo, and Team Boom Esports are losing their man advantage one by one down to the last 2 players. Sem9, they're not stopping whatsoever. They're getting their 11th elimination number confirmed, and there's no other player to revive. Team Secret is so far away. Sem9 can deal with Boom Esports, and they will still be left with some time to, fight up against Team Secret. And look at one of the players. Scooby is that player who had that height advantage, but for now he denied it completely because they're planning to push on Team Boom Esports, and now it's a fight of 3v4 situation. Boom Esports, the advantage is taken away from Sem9, and now Sem9 is confirming those elimination numbers. Once again, Yuhai moves forward, confirms Kibo. and now it's a 2v3v4 situation. Women sports,
My God.
things are getting tough for them. They need to qualify. They need to get their hands on the chicken dinner. But for that to happen, they have to face Team Secret. But before they face Team Secret, there's one more team, Sem9, who has nothing to lose but everything to gain. And with that leap of faith, they're pushing forward once again, and they have their focus is on Boom Sports once again entirely.
Surely.
Boom Sports, one of the player, gets up, takes another player down. This time around, it's Team Secret versus Team Boom Sports.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a stalemate here. Pushing through Yuhai has been hungry to get his eliminations. Fire it up now. Dark System is going to get taken down away.
Timing.
To the ground. Yuhai gets flicked on by the side of Kibo to Kibo. And it is Boom Esports handling the situation despite all the odds and the number disparity.
Oh
and
my
it is
God.
Team Secret looking to retaliate as well. Spied Scooby-Doo away from the scene. Yuhai is going to be out. Sem9, despite the fact that they were able to slay out the competition until the midst of this very round, they're now going to be there on the back foot. One player alive from them that is going to be just a player right there, right across 56. And this is not looking so great anymore from the side of Sem9. Story to be told.
Absolutely.
Team Secret, 3 players alive and kicking from them. This could be anyone's game here, Aladdin.
Absolutely, but Team Secret, they have the map control for them. If you look towards the map, 2 of the players are on one different angle, but one of them was spotted by Fire, Fire takes him down, and Team Secret is losing their player once again. And that one player of Team Sem9, as they were focused on Boom Sports first, now they're focused on Team Secret. But you gotta watch out, P56. If you move forward, you will be exposed. And Team Secret, one from one side and Sem9 from the other side, they will try to eliminate you. But once again, P56, he is out in the open. There's no bush. There's no cover for him. The zone is getting closed in on one side, and he spotted one player. And he eliminated him as well. Frankie is out. Team Secret is down to the last player. It's a 1v1v2 situation. Women Sports have all the advantage. Summer is left behind, and now the map control is in the favor of Boomy Sports. It's a 1v1v2, but look at Fire in. He has that cover, but as the zone pushes him, he has to move out of the cover. Once again, another player is spotted. Now it's a 1v2. You have to be careful. Fire in is still alive. A 1v1 it is. Awarded to Fire in, but once again, Kibo finds him, takes him, is about to take him down, but no way he did that. Boom Sports. Oh my God, what a chicken dinner by them. The player was out in the open. Keyboard gave the challenge to Sem9's last player, and unfortunately they were unable to win that challenge. But Boom Sports wins this match, clutches this match for themselves. They had the least hope, the least chances to win this, and still they were able to confirm it.
Oh yeah, man, that's exactly the players of Boom Esports. All their narratives written across the board. Despite all odds, as we did say in the midst of that very clash, they made it happen, and the MVP is no other than Kibo the Kibo here, rocking the boat with 6 elimination points to his name.
Absolutely, 6 elimination numbers with 793 damage. Those are some brilliant stats out there. I mean, the damage is justifying those elimination numbers side by side. 28 minutes survival time. But as we're moving forward on towards the match rankings, we have Sem9 with 17 points. But man, oh man, 15 elimination numbers by Boom Sports. That's a crazy number out there. That's a big number out there. 25 total points. I mean, some of the teams had 25 points in 8 matches, and Team Boom Sports, they confirmed those numbers in just 1 match. That's a big jump that they will get on the points table. But for now, Team Secret is in the first spot with 8 points, TODAK Gaming with 8 points. Some brilliant matches by them as well. Rangers, you can say that they were trying to create some tension. Sem9 and Rangers, they were on the bottom spot. They were on the 17th or maybe 18th spots, but a good effort by all these teams. And as we're moving forward, Boom Sports is now on the 6th spot. 8 spots jump by them.
Oh yeah, I mean, after all, that's the beauty of having the momentum for your side. Just shining on it one singular round can truly change the whole odds of you making it far into the competition. 8 slots is crazy, Aladdin. And as we get to look at it, I mean, the biggest one here obviously is going to be Boom Esports on the trail. Team Secret able to overthrow Arena there, and that it will only be a 3-point differential. But with the run that Team Secret has been able to put up, if they can do it exactly on the next 2 matches or so, and if Talon just starts to falter, then we might be able to see a new #1 team here in this competition.
Absolutely. I mean, there's not much big of a difference. If Arena gets 10 to 15 points in the next match, they can definitely dethrone Team Secret alongside TALON Esports. And same is the case with Team Secret. They need 15 points or 14 points to dethrone Team TALON Esports, and they can get it in the next match. If you look at towards the elimination numbers of Team Arena, that clearly tells us that this team is focusing entirely on those elimination numbers. They have 18 placement points, and on that 14th spot, there's one team with 16 placement points. It means that Team Arena, they definitely need to work on their placement points, and if they do that, if they find a balance in those elimination and placement points, they can definitely be undisputed.
Oh yeah, undisputed, undeniable for sure. Now we take a look at the second page of the board here. Alpha 7, they're gonna be dropping there by 3. Dropped by 1 for the set of Vampire Esports. We got MG and Vikings Esports dropping by 4. That's going to be pretty detrimental. Incrementally increasing though, it is going to be Sem9 and Rangers. I mean, we were able to see a pretty prolonged run from them overall. And we got a new squad down there on the board. That is going to be Alter Ego Ares next to VOIN Donkey Indonesia.
I mean, if Sem9 performs the way they performed the previous match, if they somehow get a chicken dinner, they can. This is something impossible, but if they try to make it possible, they can surely jump on those 7th or 8th spot, probably the 10th spot. And if this happens, they can maybe qualify for the grand finals. But for now, we're moving towards the MVP rankings of Southeast Asia qualifiers. We have Erangel on those 3,464 damage with 14 eliminations. He joined in those MVP rankings in the previous match, and now Frankie is also there. GK with that 1v4. He's also there from Team Secret side, 456 with 16 elimination. And Brenda, I think he's the new man in with 15 elimination, then 3,200 damage. Some crazy numbers by these players. But once again, Erangel, not just the elimination numbers, the damage given by him and the survival numbers are just insane. But once again, we're moving on towards that Miramar match on which we saw Team YG dominating. Will they be able to clutch that once again, or is it going to be another team? Is it going to be Sem9 or Rangers who will surprise us once again?
You know, I've seen Sem9 in previous tournaments that they were able to prove themselves quite worthy on a map like Miramar. But I'm just loving the fact that this whole, winner chicken dinner page is pretty vibrant. I mean, I love myself some variety, so on and so forth. I mean, we started things off with RIQ winning that first initial match. We got YG winning the second, and then Moon Esports winning the third. I mean, we're halfway across here towards this broadcast already, and I'm down to see more different teams here trying to bag up that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, but for now, if you talk about those overall rankings, there are some teams who are fighting for the first, second, or third spot. Specifically, if you talk about Team Secret, they're fighting for the first spot with Team TALON Esports. And there's one thing that I want to mention, and that is definitely the bottom teams onwards. The 7th spot, Team BTR specifically, they're fighting up against Team Vampire Sports multiple times, and all that times when they were fighting against each other, they need to be really, really careful, because even in the previous match of Miramar, it was BTR versus Team Vampire Sports, but both the teams, they're unable to qualify for now. They need to, give away all those ego fights, and they need to focus on their qualification. But for now, I think it's time for a short break.
Yep, definitely. I mean, with that being said, you guys are watching the Asian Showdown here from Lidoma. Before we head straight towards match number 4, we're going to have a short break. We'll be right back, guys. Well, let's get it on here. Back on the desk now is going to be Essen alongside with me, Ida Warden, and this is definitely the Asia Showdown of Lidomas. Now, Essen, we had a pretty terrific run there on, the second run for the side of Erangel. We were able to see Boom Esports actually finding the groove to get the precious plate of the chicken dinner.
Definitely, and I would say they should also thank Sem9 for throwing that chicken at the very last moment. They had the total control. To be very honest with you, I wasn't expecting Sem9 to actually have that kind of end, where it was kind of they had the man advantage, they have the good position in the circle. Even though we see the final moment of the circle, they ended on the territory of Sem9. So it was a big mistake from the side of Sem9, but a big I would say hats off to Team Seeker for making it through. Talk of making it through, especially BG, all of these guys that were, fighting on their side of the Gatka area. But, let's forget about the last match. Let's move forward. And it's time to jump into the deserty terrain of Miramar. We have our plane path on our screens, starting from Impala going up north close to La Cobria. It's kind of interesting that first plane path is focusing more on the northern side of the map. Most of the southern side, Chumacera, Menaste Valley, Valedemar will be out of reach, but we'll see how the circle will play out because that's the very important part of the match. It has to make sure that it gives plenty of space to all the teams to get enough time, Warden, actually get some decent loot so they can start, their gun blazing all in through.
Oh yeah, definitely, bro. I mean, the flight path can definitely say a lot of things, but the circle can surely dictate a lot more things for sure. But we have to see on the bottom left feed, we already have a casualty happening coming from our previous winners. Boom Esports had one player down to the ground, so it's not really the smoothest of starts out there. But fortunately, no blood, nobody dropped, not just yet. So moving over, I'm just waiting for the circle to pop off, man, because there we go. Oh, mass coverage here for the competition. So if you are looking forward to probably lean towards the western side on Monte Nuevo, Ladrillela, and Chumacera for to loot up and just head straight back to the circle at the latter part, yeah, totally an option.
Absolutely, and as we can see, even VD, they have plenty of space up north if they want to come in late into the circle. Cruz de Valle, Water Treatment, Southern Side, both of these cities are open, available, nobody's there. Even though AE, they have plenty of space on the northeastern side of the map of the circle as well, but still, I can say it will be easy for both of these teams, Yangon, Galacticos, and at the same time Team VD to actually make it through. But early on, skirmishes are breaking in. It's Yangon taking down one of the players from Sem9, the runner-ups of the previous game. They already lost one of their player, and now it's time for Yangon to even capitalize further on this. They have to march in, make sure all of their resources are at one place, all of their players are in the game, locked in, and make sure that Sem9 doesn't get anything out of this fight moving forward. But on the other side, early casualties. We have at least, I think, 3 players left already for the lobby. Yes, I think so. 2 players. Sorry about that. And we have Sem9. They were looking pretty clinical, pretty, I would say, focused in the previous match. But now this time around, losing 1 player early on will push them on a back foot.
Oh yeah, man, and it's just all gonna come down to managing the casualties that you want to put yourself into. After all, we are just looking at phase 1 of the game, and do you really want to go for the commitment off those casualties? Probably not. But hey, we do have YG here nearing up the players of Sem9, and Sem9 for the most part. I mean, we were able to see them catch a few strays of bullets, and they're getting surrounded by the players of YG, so I'm not really too liking what's going to be the situation here for them. But we draw things back here for a set of arena, and they're going to be next to the squad of Team Secret. So, hey, the flight path really correlated to where the circle was, so it's going to be totally expected to see a lot of casualties bound to happen here on this first stage.
For sure. A lot of these teams, they're contesting for the same location, which makes it interesting. Like these kind of starts we are not accustomed to most of the time in Miramar. Miramar is kind of a slow pace to start with. But this time around, as things are getting closer to the end of this qualifier thing, most of these teams are taking their risk and making sure that they get some early momentum going on for themselves. and we have seen some of these teams when they had like early fights and they won those fights, they ended up getting a winner with a chicken dinner. But and meanwhile in the kill feed we have Boom Esports taking one of the player down from the side of PBMS. Another player is down. These both of these teams had like kind of a Mexican standoff, and there you go, confirmation came through. Bam Bomb confirming that with a shotgun. So PBMS, they were expecting some sort of early, I would say, fight where they can, get some of the kills for themselves. But this time around, the script has totally went against them, and they ended up losing 2 of their players. But in the meanwhile, ALTEREGO out of nowhere, they're confirming some elimination points as well. Look at this, right at the moment where we are seeing that Boom Esports is getting ready to finish off PBMS. RRQ made their way into the city, and now they are kind of making the putting a bitter taste in the mouth of Boom Esports during this fight.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of poking happening here so far, but if there's going to be anything that has been confirmed, we do have TODAK here going up against ALTEREGO Ares already. As we know, ALTEREGO Ares, they haven't really had the best runs here coming from the last 2 days of this tournament, and with them here struggling to put the numbers up and just avoiding those casualties, they are looking to feed off from their whole narratives now. We draw things back now once again towards E Arena, where we get to see a bit more an aggressive note here from the side of Team Secret. Joker is just waiting on this booth here, waiting for the push to fly by. The name's gonna get cooked as well. They know exactly where Joker is at. One player gonna swing on by. They go for the
nice
switch, and Joker's gonna be down to the ground. Team Secret, Summer gets
wow!
as well. Big trades. Serkis able to get one here so far, and it's a big old trade-off where Team Secret is gonna be on the back foot. E Arena finding the recovery.
Definitely, that was something least expected from the side of Team Secret. The kind of confidence that they showed while getting into this compound, it was kind of, showing that maybe it will be very difficult for EE to actually, fight back in a situation where first of their player was, their player was the first one to fall. But at the same time, EA, they're in a recovery. BG came from the back, taking down Team Secret. Team Secret are out of the game now. There's another contender that's trying to get the hold of this position, but EE, they are getting burned out. A lot of Molotov being used. A great use of utility from the side of Burmese GHOULS, and now they're pushing forward and they're pushing upstairs. They're making sure every room to be checked, every corner to be checked, and confirmation of these elimination points on EE will be done. 2 versus 2, 2 versus 4 situation now. Another player knocked out, and now it's down to 1v4 situation against Burmese. EA Serkis, the guy who made the change against Team Secret, now all of the responsibility on his shoulders. There you go, BG pushing forward, switching to FPP. One player with a shotgun. Let's see what kind of difference that player is gonna make. It's a 1v3 now. One player is down on the side of BG. Yatka, he was the one pushing forward, and there you go, some chip damage on the side of Serkis. He is getting that chip damage, not looking in a very good position, not in a good, I would say, health as well. There you go, he pushes forward, and no luck this time around, and BG, they are wiping things clean and taking down EE out of the match on 15th spot. BG, they're making their way toward the top 3 position. 62-point total. They have 5 eliminations so far.
My God, I mean, less than 10 minutes, and we have seen Team Secret, E Arena, TODAK, and Sem9 already eliminated from the scene. And we kind of thought, I personally thought that this would have been the round here for Team Secret and E Arena to probably have the run to try to chase down the #1 ranking up against TALON Esports. But with that being said, it's not into the picture anymore. From the scene, there's not going to be any team out here that will be coming in close here towards TALON Esports, at least in this very round. As the circle starts to close out now in 5 seconds, you get to see Boom Esports looking over the players of both RRQ and Playbook.
Yeah, Playbook, they've been like a, I would say, silent pigeon in the midst of these cats looking at them. But it's a kind of a folkloric example. But PB, they're kind of feeling like pretty I would say congested in the mid. They cannot move anywhere. They have to wait for all these predators to move away before they can make any sort of move. But at the same time, they're in the circle, so they can kill their time. They can wait for both of these teams to disengage. But at the same time, on the northern side, we see VD is trying to make their move into the circle. Circle has shifted even further south, so be less space available for the teams. Things are getting congested, and now I'm probably thinking we'll see a urban circle where a lot of buildings will be involved in the final fights. But there you go. In the kill feed, we have Rangers. They are trying to create some sort of success for themselves. MVK been the target this time around, being the victim, but at the same time, MVK, they are also fighting back. One of the players is also knocked out on the side of Rangers. Another player down, 2 shotgun knocks. At the same time, third party happening from the side of BDR. BDR is not making any sort of, I would say, difference in making sure that both of these teams getting hurt in the process. Rangers, they have 3 of their players knocked out, 2 now, and BTR is pushing forward. Now at the same time, in the kill feed, VPE taking down Boom. Boom is losing their players right, left, and center.
Yeah, and wherever they look, it's just, squads putting them down to the ground. Can't find any breathing room here. Only a singular player that they gotta rely on. But now Ranger, Jappy, finds the nade. Not able to get the connection, not just yet. And it's a pretty tough call here, but obviously I think Jappy is just looking to buy as much time. But the nade flies in, connection right there, but not enough to put him down to the ground. PTR looking to be in control here so far. Under their ordinance is the player of Rangers.
Oh, what a nade!
Malak Big finds the nade, finds range once again. Utter frustration here for the players of Rangers.
It is. They cannot, they're not getting a break. Right away, they finish the fight with the, MVK, and right away, BTR capitalizing on the situation, seeing their opposition is hurt, and they are just rubbing further on the, I would say, onto the situation. There you go, BDR pushing forward. It's Rangers, Subman in the midst of all this chaos, pushing forward. BTR, 2 of the players are knocked out. Now pushing forward, let's see Rangers will get any sort of success. Subman with a Mini 14 in hand. It's a single fire weapon. It will make it difficult for him to actually capitalize, but at the same time, Rangers should confirm all those knocked out players if they want to have a chance of surviving. But there you go, VPE pushing forward as well. Another third party coming on this small compound, making it way more suffocating for the side of Rangers. Only 2 players, 1 player alive. Jibna is also knocked out, pushed forward. There you go, Molotov already connected, and BTR getting their final player eliminated as well. BTR leaving the game on 12th spot, only with 3 eliminations. But Rangers, and then again another fight, and they came out of this fight hurt, obviously, but still survived. VPE pushing forward. There you go, a nade comes in. Nola with a shotgun takes down Subman, and at the same time, Jibna revives himself with good health, and there you go, pushes forward, switching on FPP, and takes down the whole squad of VPE as well. What is going on, Rangers? Please, guys, give these guys a break. 9 eliminations, and they are just fighting without any water breaks, nothing. I would say Rangers, job well done, but 2 of the players are gone. It's only on 2 players now. Jibna and Subman, they have to make their way forward in this game.
I'm just utterly surprised at how the Rangers are still alive. These guys are a menace. Yeah, for sure. Down there on the board at number 15 spot, but they're showing some great all hearts here. 9 elimination points already. In fact, leading the lobby. I mean, might be a picture for the initial run for qualifying for the next stage. But hey, miracles can truly happen. And if they can continually burn the fire that's currently happening within their hearts, then for sure we might be able to see a contending team.
Another team.
All due to that. But moving over, another squad is going to be nearing them, and it's not just another squad, it is the #1 team in this very competition so far, TALON Esports.
It is I would say kind of frightening for the side of Rangers. Oh my god, it would be 4v2 situation. It is a small compound, there's nothing much to work with. There's no place to go, but Rangers, with that only 1 single compound, they got 9 total eliminations. They dealt with 3 different teams in that very much vicinity. But TALON on the side, they're taking down the players of PBMS, the players, only 2 left, and there you go, they will be confirmed. TALON getting those 2 eliminations for themselves, and PB leaving the match on 10th spot. We have only 9 teams left. That was a quick wipe, I would say. Warden, it's only less than 15 minutes, and almost 9 teams are out of the game.
Yeah, and the pacing of this very round for Miramar is something you got to talk about as Asin earlier. You know, you said, hey, Miramar is typically a slow-paced game mode. I mean, a map that is, but you take a look at it, everyone is just flying by, falling like flies. We get to see now the initial circle itself. We do have, you know, the Burmese gal here on the central part of the mountainside of, you know, Generalis. We do have ALTEREGO Eris here hitting it from the northern side. We do have the donkeys coming from the western side. On the bottom left, that will be YG, but I got my eyes on the prize here for set of TALON Esports. They are going to be next to one singular player from the set of Boom Esports, but CDAL is going to be holding on to the compound.
Yeah, but TALON, they're in a good position. One of their players already anchored inside the circle, so they don't have to worry much. But at the same time, DG Com is making this difficult for them. They are making sure their players are getting knocked out. There is no chances of, you know, reviving those players. But have to be careful. They cannot make such a noise in this kind of stage of the game where everybody's trying to make into the circle. So they would love to pick those eliminations on you guys as well. You're trying to do for TALON. But if TALON, gets their players up in a situation like this, I would definitely say they have a very good chance of making it through and getting the winner chicken in for themselves. Celcom on the other side, also in a good position. Boys Hill out of the game. TALON is down to 3-man standing, and now they have to make sure they kind of fortify their position close to Shield. Shield was already in the circle, and there you go. Axel has no idea what is lurking in the back lines, and there you go. King Kibu knocking down Axel. I think TALON have to provide some sort of support here. King Kibu will go ahead and finish the player and give him the elimination point. No risk taken. And there you go, King Kibu still out of the circle. Enough loot for him to actually make it through. A fresh vehicle for him, delivered, all thanks to Axel. But there you go, TALON losing their players while trying to make their way into the circle.
Now the moment intensifies here, but if you guys are all enjoying this whole competition so far, guys, better make sure you guys are following Lidoma all across your platforms here. Play scrims tournaments on Lidoma with your squad and win up to $5,000 every month. This is your shot to go big. Sign up now on the link down below. But now going back into the action, we do have the Burmese gals throwing some shots from afar. Desperate needs to find a means to get this one done, because after all, the window of opportunity here is going to be given here to them. I mean, they have a complete set of composition. They have one player though getting tagged up, but right across they are throwing some shots there, and they're not really finding the connection, not just yet, not until I say it now. ALTEREGO Eris, that will be another player going down from the ground here from their side.
Yeah, ALTEREGO, they're kind of struggling. I haven't seen anything so far in the whole day, which I would say is quite commendable from the side of AE. They're all over the place. They're losing their players, big splits, no combat, no support program or strategy where they can support their players if they get isolated. But anyhow, if you will play foul, they will take advantage of that, and that's what BG is doing for themselves. BG, so far, they have 6 eliminations in their backpack, full squad, nothing to worry about. They have a very good position in the circle. Just have to watch their backlines, make sure any unpleasant surprises might come. But at the same time, AE, they are on the verge of getting eliminated. Only 2 players. There you go, another big mistake. Badru, without realizing, 2 of the sides on the map are watching Badru, and there you go. BG Godspeed takes down Badru. Is down to Amsol, the last man standing. Badru will get confirmed by Ichi. And it's now ALTEREGO left with only 1 player. 4 eliminations have there in the backpack. Badru was the guy who was the difference maker. But now he's out of the game, and nothing good to be expected from the side of AE. But at the same time, VD, they are getting a lot of attention from BG, and BG have to make sure that this attention converts into something good. Otherwise, it'll be just ego peeking each other back and forth.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Oh, as soon as you say it, bro. ALTEREGO Eris, they just wave their hands goodbye. Now we take a look at the number 7 teams here so far. We got TALON Esports, the Burmese Gals, RRQ, YG, CEDAL, Rangers, and VOIN Donkeys. So, hey, I mean, we might be bound to see a different set of winners, but I mean, we take a look at it. I mean, we have RRQ and YG still alive here. BURMESE Sports is going to be out of the picture, quite unfortunately for that one. But with that being said, I mean, if you want to talk about the best of all odds, 8 elimination points here from the side of the Burmese GALS, and they still have the complete list of players. And as I say, they go through another casualty up against the Rangers.
Rangers finally, they after a long break, they're getting engaged again. There you go, Talon. Player very low in HP. He got some damage, but right away, right decision to actually disengage. They're not in a position to take a head-on collision with anybody. 2 players only. So VD on the other side took down BG Godspeed. After all, Godspeed, making kind of a, I would say, a lousy move, and VOIN Donkey punishing that very situation. There you go, VOIN Donkey. Also another one knocked out. Team BG, they're kind of unstoppable. VD, last man standing, Zeta with a nade in his end. Let's see if it will be a decision, kind of a difference maker for the guy. But there you go, nade pushing in. It will kind of deafen the player, and it will help the rest of the BG players to move forward. There you go, another nade goes in, and it could be the final nade in the coffin, but a slither of an HP on the side of the player of VOIN Donkey. Another Molotov will go in, definitely making it very difficult for him to survive, and it's a confirmation. There you go, VD is out. They were looking pretty strong, but not anymore. Burmese goals with the 12 eliminations. Nice work done, and have to be careful from Rangers and YANGON. Been lurking in the backlines. Make sure that you don't get any sort of unexpected, unpleasant surprises from both of these guys. But a good compound to their name. They can actually gatekeep any team that are trying to make their way into the circle from the western side. And so far, Burmese, what an amazing performance in this match. Top 5 teams, guys, on our screen. We have so far the biggest, I would say, contenders out there is RQ and BG with 3 players alive. We have CELCOMDIGI Alliance been quite, I would say, silent throughout this game. Let's see how they're going to play the southern side of the play area. But overall, seems like BG have their way, and they will make sure that they get the winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, BG's on the run here. They want to go for the break and run, and all you got to do is probably worry about the duo there from the side of Rangers alongside the whole mid control there from the side of YANGON. But looking at this CEDAL, they're taking this one pretty safely as well. I mean, I don't mind if they want to rat this one out until the latter part of the round starts to ensue, but for the time being, it's just going to be a matter of rotating and finding some information in the process. I mean, there is going to be some supply crate here for the set of CEDAL to pick up. I'm wondering what he's going to be able to acquire off that. So, hey, so far, 1 elimination here from set of CEDAL. Yeah, definitely going to be an AR to back up the whole arsenal here for set of CEDAL, but moving back, it is, it's hard to call. There's definitely not any definition here for who's going to be able to come out on top for this. Definitely, all my heart goes to the side of the Burmese GALS, as they have the most eliminations here, comparing it to the other 4 teams on the board, but they are not really complete. But finally, CEDAL, they put themselves into some action. They do spot a player across from the side of RQ, but it's not going to be enough for them to get the elimination, not just yet.
More than that thing, the Celcom, they might get a little rusty in the final circles because they haven't got any of the action going on for themselves, only 1 elimination. So this really outweighs, against any, won't be, kind of helping, and it won't be a factor for them to actually win their fights, because if you've been keeping yourself a little warm and a little in action, it makes it easy for you to take fight in a pressure situation. But I don't think so CDL will have any sort of favor going their way. Yeah, they can practice some target practicing on the players of RRQ, but at the same time they have to be careful from the surroundings, especially from the side of YANGON Galacticos. But there you go, CDL, they have decided to actually charge forward. RRQ, the player is low. At the meanwhile, YG Mern Boy taking down Master Ichi from the side of BG. BG cannot afford to lose any players because they have to take a head-on collision with CDL if CDL possibly come out of this fight with 4 man standing against RRQ, and seems like it will be the case. But RRQ, they have one of their player getting pinged down by the side of Liftar. Liftar pushing forward. He knows where exactly the player is on that ridge. He can actually, kind of make sure to confirm. But there you go. What a combo. One knock, another one with the nade, confirming the elimination right away. Look being the unlucky one, getting taken down and right away getting confirmed. CDL now in a situation where they will have a fair fight against BG if possible in the final circles.
This is going to be tough to see here. I mean, out of the picture, it could be just GANGON alongside a singular player from the side of Rangers, but up on their screen, it is going to be Ali Iftar here, just having one player across. That will be RRQ, and he's going to be throwing a lot of shots. This should be information delayed here, but yeah, I mean, great shots here from them, but I don't know if he's going to be totally aware that that one player from the side of RRQ is just right in front of him. This might come out disastrous, but at the same time, you look at the formation here from the side of CELCOM. They already have 2 players as well lurking there from the northern side of the map, so that could be a securement of the elimination already.
I think CELCOM have to make a decision. They have to isolate these players, and there you go. They were able to do that. Well, Rio is taken down. It's only down to the last man of RRQ. RRQ didn't have the right man advantage against the CDL, and now the kills will be confirmed. And there you go, some action happening for the side of CDL. Finally, 2 elimination to their name, and now they have kind of a control of that part of the map as well. RRQ, the final player, have to move out. They cannot take fight like that. And there you go, YANGON Galacticos getting the better of RRQ. Final kill confirmed, and RRQ is out of the game on 5th spot. By G, only 2 players surviving in a small shack is the best recipe, best situation for one nade to go in and confirm both of these guys. But there you go. At the same time, Ranger Jibna, I would say the lone warrior, the guy who made it through the worst in this match, definitely lurking in the back lines, could be that surprising thorn in the back of BG. They would least expect him to show up in this moment of the match. But anyhow, BG, if they want to be the deserving winner chicken dinner holder of this match, they have to clear their back as well and have to deal with something unexpected like this.
Just a moment of winning game here. And now Jibna able to find an angle up against one player from the side of the Burmese Gal. That is going to be alarming here. That should be that information already relayed, but the elimination has been confirmed as well. And it's just dropping the whole odds here for the side of Burmese Gal. I mean, they've been on the run for it, but same goes for the players of CELCOM. And now when they take this one down the notch at the latter part, they're avoiding these casualties. Burmese Gals, not only to get to worry about CELCOM, but also, that's a rat from the side of Rangers. So whoever's going to be on the side for the side of Burmese Gal, I know for damn sure you guys are not going to be smiling.
There you go, Burmese Gal, everything is getting bitter for them. There you go, Unknown also get confirmed by the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And at the same time, there you go, that nade I was talking about, Jibna is definitely making YANGON a little anxious in this small, claustrophobic, I would say, in the small shack. And if Jibna gets the right projectile, it will be 2 more elimination points for the side of Rangers, and they'll make it to 14. What a match for the side of Rangers. Even though if they don't qualify, this is one of the most memorable match I would say they will have throughout their professional career. But there you go. At the same time, BG down to the last man standing is Master Ichi. Master Ichi have to deal with these players on his own. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 3 situation, and CDL, even though they have the right man advantage for themselves, they're still not playing it lousily. They're making sure that they take every step with great care.
Baby steps, definitely going to be the gameplay here for sure. After all, any of these 4 teams doesn't want to put up any mistakes.
No.
And Ranger, unfortunately, Jibna, you've had a fair run, but you're going to be out of the round now, and it's just all going to come down to the 2 players on the side of GANGON, but Burmese Gal is going to be eliminated as well. It's just all going to come down to GANGON and CELCOM in a 2v3 situation. CELCOM has the all odds, and they got the players of GANGON as well down to the ground, and it is all going to be a pretty hefty standoff here.
It will be a standoff unless the circle shifts toward the side of YG or, the side of CELCOM. But there you go, Marnot Boyd gets knocked out. Definitely CDL knows that it's a 1v3 situation. And if Liftar goes down, it will get a little exciting for the side of YG. Will, buy them plenty of time. But there you go, a lot of utility coming in. They have to push forward. Player blocking the player view. But there you go. There's nothing much to gain from this effort for the side of Yangon. And winner chicken dinner goes to the CELCOMDIGI Alliance squad with not much of the good numbers, but what an exciting game for BG and Rangers. Celcom at the end of the day, they got the 10 important points, important placement point for themselves, but with only I think 4 or 5 elimination points for the squad.
Man, a win is a win. You take it. So, hey, CELCOMDIGI Alliance, props to you all. Still going to be there down the board. Especially since, yeah, definitely. I mean, you can win the winner chicken dinner, but if you can't really bag up the eliminations as well, it's not going to be the most peaceful winner chicken dinner out there. But come again, bro. A win is a win. You take it. And yeah, I mean, I was able to eye out for Seedal for the most part of it. But obviously, our MVP is gonna be Jibna. I mean, is it even a surprise? This guy was able to sustain the game for the banner of their squad of the Rangers for the longest time, all being a rogue wolf.
There you go, 6 eliminations, 833 damage, and especially surviving in that chaotic situation where 4 different squads were trying to take that space from these guys, but they were the ones that like not today. Obviously, we will stand here for as long as we could. But what a survival! I would say this could be a I would say confidence booster for the guys of Rangers. Maybe not this tournament, but this kind of play, this kind of experience, especially taking those fights, will help them in the longer run. But let's have a quick look at the match ranking. We have Burmese goals with the most numbers, accumulated, most points accumulated in this game. 13 elimination points, 18 total points with 5 placement points. We have CELCOMDIGI Alliance with 17 total points. That includes the chicken dinner as well. Rangers with 16 points, forward placement, and 12 elimination points. Nice work. Job well done, I would say. Yangon Galacticos, they were surviving. They made sure that they make it to the second spot, 11 total points. Then we have RRQ with 6, Talon with 6, Voin Donkey with 5, ALTEREGO with 5. We have BURMESE with 3, BIGETRON with 3, E Arena with 3, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT with 2, and the rest of the teams with only 1 and 0 respectively.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising here how 7-9 was able to put up a pretty strong run there on the run for Erangel, but obviously we move over to Miramar. They came in pretty stale. Same with First Out Team Secret. I mean, I genuinely thought at the start of this very round here, First Out of Miramar, this could have been serving them as the pedestal to probably turn their whole narratives all around. But moving over, you take a look at the way that the boards has changed. The Burmese GHOULS, they overtake Team Secret and E Arena. Definitely Talon Esports still going to be on top, but if you take a look at the disparity between Burmese Gal and Talon, it's only 9 points.
It's only 9 points, and at the same time, the kind of progression we are just noticing from the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. 7 spot jumped. Now they're in the race of being in top 7, 59 points, pretty close to dethroning RQ and Yangon Galacticos possibly. Yangon Galacticos, they improved themselves. Now on 5th spot, 62 points, pretty close to making it to top 3. But E Arena, after that first match, we have seen, nothing substantial coming from their side. So I'm really looking forward how they will recover in the next coming few matches. But TODAK, still in a very good position. They can make it big. BURMESE losing their momentum. They had a very good match early on, but again, one good match and then 3 bad matches won't cut the chase for them. They have to make sure that they keep that performance at least somewhat consistent for themselves. But PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, Alpha 7, Vampire Esports, a little bit of improvement from the side of Rangers as well. BIGETRON, unchanged so far on 13th spot, but definitely MGN and Rangers, they will try to make their way up and make sure that they get to at least top 10 by the end of the next match. But overall, ALTEREGO, Voin Donkey, same story. They had a good match previously, but not anymore. ALTEREGO, they're missing the whole point. They're not there in the game in a way where we can say, okay, they're trying to make their way up. But ALTEREGO, they're all over the place. Same goes for Voin Donkey. What a nice engagement from the side of Burmese GHOULS against them on that compound. It was pretty intense. They pressured the players of Voin Donkey and they melted under the pressure.
We take a look at the MVP ranking here. Axel is going to be there on the front foot with 15 eliminations. Same goes for a set of Burngia. with 18, 14 first out of YBF, Unknown with 15, and Frankie with 12, baby.
Frankie, he had a very good match previously, but
Mhm.
he's still trying to keep himself in the top rankings for MVP. But Axel, uh, great damage, good number of elimination. Burndale is also making his way up, only on a difference of damage. If he gets like 400 or 500 damage in the next matches, he can possibly make it to the first spot, and also improve the survival time. Survival time on the side of Axel is way better than anybody out there. Talon again, YBF with good survival, 14 eliminations, damage is somewhere close to 3,000. But Burmese GHOULS, Unknown is making his way up as well. The only thing I would say these players are missing out is on the average survival if they want to give a good competition to Axel to make it to the MVP ranking and get that special prize for themselves. But overall, things are getting excited, Warren. I think last two matches will be even more exciting and more nail-biting finishes.
Oh yeah, I mean the pacing has been incrementally increasing as we go on here for this very run. We started things off with RRQ being able to win the match number 7, the first round for today, and we had YG responding back with Miramar. Boom Esports finding the means to get the groove there on Erangel, and Miramar decided there for out of Cedal. Well, perfectly played in regards to taking it all down passively. Up next, we have obviously going to be Erangel. And last but not the least, the almighty Sandhawk.
Yes, the real deal, the god of war, I would say, not showing any mercy to anybody, even though if you're on the top of the table, you can get wrecked like in a second. But guys, this was our match number 4. Match number 5. I think, technically speaking, Warren, the only chance for teams to make their position kind of solidify in the top 7, so they can qualify further for the finale. But before even we move to our next match, guys, we will be discussing this on the talent desk, and we'll be going on a short break. But before we go to a short break, make sure if you've been watching the stream throughout these 4 matches, you go ahead and subscribe. Make sure you click the link in the description, register your team, and get a chance of winning up to $5,000 a month if you want to participate in Ladoma Asia Showdown. All of these amazing scrimmage matches are there for you to make it big, make your professional career. And at the same time, guys, we'll be going for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, guys. After a short break, you had a quick glimpse on the highlights of our previous game, and I have Annie back with me on the desk. Welcome back, Annie. What would you make of this previous match? We were thinking BG will make it through, we'll get the winner with a chicken dinner, but things were, a little different.
Yeah, but that previous match, I mean, there's a lot of surprises, definitely. And actually, I'm gonna talk about the previous few matches. There's a lot of surprises that happened. I
Yeah.
mean, there are several squads that ended up in the second half of the leaderboards, maybe top 10 onwards, that managed to get those winner chicken dinners, or at least top 2, top 3 of those games. And suddenly they shoot all the way up to the maybe top 5, top 6 rather. So that's pretty crazy, and I'm really happy for those teams. But on the other hand, those teams that are supposedly leading on day number 1, they're kind of falling behind. So I'm a little bit worried, and the leaderboards are definitely not stable at this time. So this is the second to the last chance for these teams. So
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see how this will end up.
Yeah, definitely. And again, we have a Sanok at the end, so you cannot leave things to Sanok. Obviously, you have to be very careful. If you want to make it through, if you want to make it to the next round, make sure you do all your preparation, you do all your, hard work before even getting to Sanok. Sanok is all about, fun and just, throw in everything that you have uh, on your opposition, making sure that you get the maximum adrenaline out of the fights, and you make it through. You run through all the squads that possibly you can, and in the process, most of the time you die. So make sure that you make it big in this game, and you make it, stable, like a good position for yourself in the top rankings. But let's have a quick look on our match number 5, guys. Our match has started. Our plane path starting from the southwestern side of the map, pretty close to Quarry, and going up north toward the abandoned city of Stalber. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
city; it's a kind of a ruinage. So Stalber, it is mostly people, teams. They ignore the part, but this time around, plain pot being, being plain pot, it actually put Stalber at a good position. We'll see if anybody will drop there, but I don't think so. Most of the teams are exiting the plane right now. I think we'll have an early skirmish break in between Alter Ego and MVK in the midst of Southern Georgia Bowl.
Yeah, because I mean, this flight path is kind of biased towards the northwestern part of this Erangel map. So there's kind of little place for these teams to move about. So there's a high chance that we're going to be seeing an early game engagement later on. And so we're just taking a look at where everyone's kind of going to. So it looks like Ruins is a little bit barren, but there's a lot of people around Giorgio Pool and also Pachinki Hospital and around the ferry pier as well. And there's some teams that chose to land towards Stalbert. So this is gonna be pretty fun, because that circle is gonna be going in to the northeastern part of the map, and there's a lot of land. So this might be a drawn out game, but we're gonna be seeing now the little camera over here. I mean, someone flashbanged themselves, but let's see what happens now.
Yeah, it's an early fight again, breaking in the midst of Rozhok. We have seen this fight going, between Boom Esports, and in the close vicinity we have BTR as well. So BG, they never get a break. Like from the start of the game, they get engaged into fights. Everybody, just throw everything at them, and they make sure they handle with care. And at the same time, so most of the times they come out of those skirmishes, you know, kind of a little bit bruised, but with 3 man standing or sometimes 4 man standing. So the kind of teamwork I'm seeing on the side of BG is quite commendable. Is quite appreciable. So I think BG will be kind of in control in the very situation. But Boom Esports, they want to take their chances. They are in 8th spot now, pretty close to getting out of this qualifier. Won't be able to make it through. Would love to see a final with Boom Esports, but Boom have to make their way in to the top 7 positions. But again, Annie, as I was about to mention, as you said, would the circle move toward the northeastern side? It's make it interesting whenever Yasnaya and the Tadpole area is included in the map. In the circle, it makes it exciting for all the players out there, and also the players that are watching, because they want to see their best teams to react to these kind of circles. But anyhow, the fight has just started. Boom, getting first knock. There you go, shotgun. Erangel with the shotgun pushing forward. Some cover fire coming from the back. Godspeed with a DB 27, And there you go. At the same time, Godspeed is trying to give some sort of cover fire. There you go. Ichi, Master Ichi taking down another player. Boom, MP56 is out. There you go. Bomb. He's trying to make his way through. At the same time, while BG is under control, they have one player knocked out, but still 3 of their players are, good health and standing and ready to fight.
Yeah, early game engagement between Boom Esports and Burmese Ghouls. So once again, Burmese Ghouls, they won that winner chicken dinner in the first map. So it's gonna be a little bit sad if they get picked off this early on. So, crossing fingers that they survive this. But it looks like Boom Esports, they already lost one player. And Kibo the Kibo, no healing items and very low on health. So, trip on a rock and you see the light. So it's not looking good for this guy. But for the rest of the team, I think they have a chance.
Oh,
Okay, yep,
what a
I'm
grenade.
down with the grenade. Kibo the Kibo gets knocked down by the hands of Burmese Schools. But I think there is a third party over here. That
Yes.
would be BIGETRON. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be really fun in this place. But Burmese Schools versus Boom Esports is definitely not over just yet.
Yeah, definitely. Burmese Ghouls, they're not going to leave these guys alone. Definitely unknown. I think he has no idea where exactly the players are. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting on this side of the staircase. And there you go. As I said, Boom Bomb, go ahead. Went ahead and confirmed the elimination as well. And there you go. First casualty on the side of BG, another knocked out player as well, and will be confirmed by Federales. There you go. BG, they are getting engaged from both of the sides. Now, BTR, they're playing a kind of a hero role for the side of Boom Esports. They are kind of providing cover fire, but at the same time, Boom have to do it on their own if they want to win this fight and make sure the BG gets eliminated early on, opening the table for the rest of the teams to climb up on this leaderboard. But let's see how BTR is going to react, because they know this fight is going on, this kind of standoff is going on, but at the same time, they are not moving aggressively. They are not taking positions on the side of both of these teams, either it's Boom or BG. But I think BIGETRON, they have an idea, Annie, how they want to move forward, which side they want to press first.
Yeah. Not sure what Federalis is cooking up here, because it looks like they're gonna disengage from the area. Or maybe they're just repositioning and someone's gonna be scouting the area out. But a while ago, I saw in the mini-map, there was also a fourth squad. It was the green squad, so I'm not sure what they're gonna do at that point. But yeah, we're gonna have to watch and see. BIGETRON, however, I'm really not sure what they're up to, but I guess they're gonna disengage from the Boom Esports and Burmese Ghouls engagement a while ago, because I don't think there was any progress to that, and we can see that in the kill feed. Actually, it's not much happening.
Yeah,
But,
it's kind of a stalemate, yes.
Yeah, it's a stalemate. So while we wait for them, let's talk about let's talk about Lidoma. I mean, you can play scrims and tournaments on Lidoma with your squad and potentially win $5,000 $5,000 every month. And this is your shot to go big. I mean, if you guys want to, go ahead and start your path towards being a pro player, then why not start at Lidoma, right? The link is gonna be in the live stream chat. And of course, speaking of the stream, if you haven't liked and subscribed yet to Lidoma, to the channel, then what are you doing, basically? So you gotta go ahead and do that. But I think there's progress between Burmese Ghouls and Boom Esports. I think someone's crawling for their lives right now. That is Boom Esports needs a 1 revive on their side, and so far they have 2 eliminations already. But looking at the map, it looks like RRQ and VD are also going at it at each other.
There you go. RRQ, 2 of their players are also knocked out. Same goes for VD. VD, one player is lone HP, one is knocked out as well. There you go. RRQ, some support coming their way, and still they're trying to get a hold of the situation, like what exactly is going on the side of VD. VD only have one player knocked out. RRQ, they cannot take this kind of, I would say, aggressive take on this very situation. But there you go, VD, they're falling apart as well. 2 players down on the side of VD. On the back lines, we have YANGON GALACTICOS keeping an eye on the whole situation. We'll make sure that they confirm their fair share of the fight. But YANGON, they are in a position where they cannot make much out of. RRQ, both of their eliminations, knocked out players got confirmed. Same goes for VD as well. They have to disengage, and now they have to move forward toward the circle. We have the northern Tadpole River area still in the circle, so there's plenty of space for three of these teams to actually make their way in. But on the southern side, a lot of congestion is going on. We have VPE moving towards school. The BTR, they already got hold of a lot of good area in the center of the circle. Same goes for BG. They have to disengage promptly if they want to get into the circle, because Rozak will be out of the mix in the next stage possibly. At the same time, AE, after losing one of their players, they still have 3-man standing, so they have to make sure that they leave Watertown as soon as possible and make their way into the circle.
Yeah, that circle is gonna put a lot of pressure on the teams, especially those who haven't rotated into a safe zone yet. But it looks like we're seeing some bullets, and we're seeing something coming up in the feed. VD just got one player knocked down on their side, and wow, that is a whole squad elimination. VD says goodbye for the second to the last map, and for that, if you get eliminated from this map, you only have one more chance, and that chance is actually Sandhawk. So a little bit unpredictable. So
Best
good
of
luck to
with
them.
that.
And actually, that was literally Sandhawk is literally gonna be their last chance, because this is already day number 2 of the C qualifiers, and if you don't qualify, if you don't get a certain rank in the leaderboard, you're saying goodbye to this whole competition. But yeah, we're looking ALTEREGO right now. They have their eyes on another squad, but I don't think any of those bullets connected
wow.
and dealt any damage.
There you go. In the meanwhile, Master Ichi still, hurting the squad of Boom, and there you go, Master Ichi. He knocked one player out, and Bomb, thank you to Bomb if Boom survives. Otherwise, Master Ichi had a, I would say, kind of plan to actually get this done for Boom Esports, paying them all the right respect, but at the same time, Boom, making sure BG Master Ichi gets taken down, and confirmation. There you go. BG is out of the game. They got 2 elimination points in this match for themselves, sitting on 18 total points, and still in a good position. 80 points in total, second spot on the leaderboard. Team Secret full squad surviving. The Rangers on the other side, they're making something out of this whole situation for themselves, taking one of the player of MBK down. MBK down to the last 2 players surviving for themselves. So 2 of the squads are out in the first few minutes of the game. I would say 1/2 of the game, 1/3 of the game. 11 minutes passed by. Stage 3 is about to come up. Stage 2 closing in 6 seconds. Talon on the other side gatekeeping the players of RRQ. Only 2 players are there. All of their resources are getting consumed, and at the same time their vehicle is getting damaged as well. So Talon in total control, but Circle moves away from the Talon, so Talon should be more focused toward making their way into the Circle rather than, setting up a gatekeep here.
Yeah, and that goes the same as well with several other teams that still haven't rotated into the safe zone. That goes to YG and RRQ, and also potentially Team Secret and CDAL. But for everyone else, I think they have the opportunity to go ahead and choose where to camp out, or where to mark where they want to stay for the rest of this circle. And yeah, looking at the center, especially in school, there's potentially gonna be a bunch of engagements, and we're seeing things pop up, messages pop up in the kill feed. So there's some players definitely that's gonna be going down. Actually, in fact, we are down to 50 players left and 14 squads standing. BBMS, I mean, they're inside of the school, and there are 2 squads outside that they have to worry about. But they're safe and sound inside this building. But the question is for how long? Because Vampire Esports are outside. They're well equipped. They're well healed up, and they're ready to go ahead and get these engagements in. And that goes the same as well with the other squad, this yellow squad. I'm not sure who that is, but yeah, definitely this is something to look out for, especially for the side of PBMS.
Yeah, it's TDK in the close vicinity in the apartments. PBS, Boom Esports, they actually trying to make their way out of the Rozak and got caught in between PBM and TODAK, and there you go, PBM confirming those 2 eliminations for themselves. But Vampires, they're kind of smelling blood in the air, and they'll make sure that they get a part of this serving for themselves as well. A fight will definitely break between TODAK and PBM, as this area is totally open from every side. And while they will try to make their way into the circle, make their way into the next phase, they have to leave these buildings and they have to cover a long stretch of open land, and it will be, you know, free target practicing for everybody, also for BIGETRON or either of these team, TODAK or PBM, whoever will leave. VPE, they made a very good decision to keep in three of their players out of these apartments, where they have an opportunity to, you know, pick up any squads that are trying to move in or leaving apartments. So it's a good decision from the side of VP. But BTR, they're kind of playing a very slow game. You might have noticed they were up on the northern side of the phase 3, but they actually left that part and actually moved toward a good compound in the center, and they want to just wait on the whole situation. But in the meanwhile, AE taking down the players. Talon also taking one of the players from the side of Yangon. Yangon were trying to make their way into the circle, and Talon made sure that they also welcomed these guys with some fireworks. There you go. Talon knocked out one player. The kill is still not confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, YG has 2 squads to worry about, and also the circle, because that circle is gonna close in towards school, maybe like 90% of school and a lot of open fields. So for the teams that managed to secure some areas, some locations already within the circle, that's good. But for everyone else, I think, including Team Secret right here, yeah, they definitely have to do something about that. But Team Secret, oh my gosh, Summer was just standing there. I mean, sitting there in their car, waiting for someone to shoot them down. I mean, Talon Esports was just right there. But of course, we're taking a look at Talon Esports. There's still 1 elimination in on this map. They're playing bumper cars right now, and Team Secret's in the vicinity throwing some grenades. 2 eliminations so far. Talon Esports doing quite well, and they still have all 4 players standing, but I think they're gonna be going ahead and repositioning, doing a U-turn. Team Secret, I believe they're still 3 players up, so they'll definitely have to do something about it if they want to get those eliminations. But we're looking at Trang. He's getting shot at from a distance, and this is between Talon Esports and Team Secret. We're just waiting for things to happen. Axel is getting targeted by Frankie, but he's hiding behind this tree, but I don't think it's gonna be good enough cover. Taking some damage, but manages to dodge the bullets.
Yeah, he managed to dodge some bullet, but Sem9 on the other side, they were waiting with open arms for the side of for Trang. Trang actually overextended in that very situation. Otherwise, it would have been like a different result. But anyhow, Talon, they have their player for the support, and I believe Axel will be razzed up. But meanwhile, RRQ taking down players from Yangon is going 3 players down from Yangon. All of a sudden, it's now left to the final player. And there you go, Romeo Boy is trying to make his way out of the whole situation, but RQ, they are pretty focused. They want to get rid of this final player, and Romeo Boy won't be able to, you know, fire back or, you know, fight back in the very situation. And there you go, Team Yangon out of the game as well. They're finishing on overall leaderboard on 5th spot. And still, they have 1 more match to go. But in the meanwhile, Rangers are going against CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and DG Alliance made sure that they confirm all of the eliminations on Rangers, and Rangers are out of the game.
Bodies hitting the ground in the kill feed, but yeah, we're down to 33 players left. 11 teams as well. CEDA, I mean, yeah, this is definitely CEDA is in trouble. Yep. It's over for them, and EA, they go ahead and loot the place up, and they have 3 eliminations in the bag. But it's not gonna be enough, especially if they want to retake their number 2 spot. But of course, we're taking a look at what Sem9 is up to. I mean, they're doing quite well. But Dark System, they definitely proved me wrong. Dark System does need that revive. QB has 2 eliminations, and I think they have the potential to go ahead and go up against Talon Esports, because Talon Esports, I think they need to do that a bit of reset, and they're definitely weary from the previous battle. But yeah, Talon Esports is a pretty good and consistent squad, so, you know, crossing my fingers that they're gonna do quite well. And they're still in the number 1 spot, and there's only 1 more map left after this. So,
Shield, where are you going?
I'm not sure where Shield is going, honestly. But yeah, he's turning around and making themselves a big target for BIGETRON Esports. Federalis gets those shots in. And some 9 Dark System, I think they got finished off as well by the hands of EA. So this is like 3 different squads, BIGETRON being the third party in this situation. But for the side of BIGETRON Esports, they only have a 1 elimination, so they're definitely gonna have to step up and get those kills.
Definitely backstab on the side of Sem9. EA making sure that they confirm those eliminations that are being served on a silver platter. But at the same time, BTR, they made the move at the right time when Talon was least expecting, because they just confirmed the players of Team Secret a moment ago. And now they were kind of, you know, feeling all right, feeling distressed. But meanwhile, BTR had different plans for them. They just came in with a big surprise. But now, BTR, they have a good position, still in the circle. Edge of the circle, I would say. They have to go through Talon. Talon losing 2 of their players. 1 of the players is knocked out, and I think will be rezzed up. It's a 3 versus 4 situation. BTR, 1 of the players is knocked out. Another damage being dealt from the side of Adralis, but it's not enough, I would say. Still, BTR, they have to be cautious. They have to make their way from a different side, because they cannot take Talon like this. They might, you know, deal some knocks, but whenever they will be planning to push forward to make you know, put a final nail in the coffin, they will be greeted with some fireworks. So obviously the best way is to move in a different location, come up with a different strategy. But Vampire Esport, meanwhile, as I said, they didn't commit to the apartments, so they have a very good you know, situation for themselves to actually move freely. But at the same time, Sem9, they've been greeted by EA. EA pushed forward. The player got confirmed by the side of Fire, and Fire, the last one standing, low on HP. 1 shotgun to the body will do it. But at the same time, I think Wu, he is being extra careful, not giving enough, you know, time to the Fire, and Fire low on HP. Meanwhile, another player gets knocked out from the side of, I think, Talon. Talon is also pushing forward. EA, 1 of the players is knocked out. Circus is knocked out. Low HP player still. Oh my god, what's going on? VPE joined the whole fray, and now VPE taking down Joker. 2 of the players are down, but Firen finally gets confirmed. But a Molotov comes in from I don't know where, but E Arena still surviving. Total of 7 eliminations. Talon pushing forward. They want to clear these compound for themselves. We'll have a plenty good cover for them. But Talon, as they are moving forward, nades going in. No connection so far, but Talon still aggressing forward. They have no idea where exactly the players are. All of the utility will go to waste. For Circus, have to make sure that he, you know, heal up as soon as possible. And there you go, another unexpected nade comes from the side of Shield. Will be served as an entry for the side of Talon. Talon to push forward. Circus gets confirmed and is down to who? Is down to who?
And I love what Talon Esports is doing here. They're just bombarding the building. Although they don't have a lot of information, they managed to take down the rest of EA. And now all that stuff is who? Talon? I think they're gonna try to approach this carefully. They know there's someone out there. Yep. Whoa. That was great. That was a whole wipeout to EA thanks to Talon Esports. And now we're down to the last 5 teams. That includes Vampire Esports, Talon Esports, BIGETRON Esports, PBMS, TODAK. And with that, we're seeing TODAK right now on the camera. And downstairs it's gonna be PBMS. That is a 4-man squad against Krill all alone. This isn't good, man. But oh my gosh.
That was close.
Krill actually survived that long. I mean, I was surprised actually, but PBMS, they need to revive 2 of those players. I mean, Krill is a menace. But yeah, PBMS manages to reduce the teams into 4 right now.
Top 4 teams. That fight was totally expected. TODAK and PBM, they had to stand out for quite a time. Stand up for quite a time. And VPE, now it's time for them to actually, you know, get the fair share of the fight. They can easily confirm the players of PBM while they're trying to leave the apartments. Apartment is not a good position unless the circle is on you, but PBS and VP, you know, PPS getting damage from the side of VPE. BTR is also gatekeeping them, so it's not a good situation for them. And I think it will be end of PBS here. They're losing their healing to play zone, and I think it's over for them. They're gonna, all of the players will get eliminated to the play zone, and they will be down to top 3 squads. and it will be Bigetron, Talon, and VPE. VPE still 4 months standing. That's quite, I would say, strong position for them to make it through and get the winner chicken dinner. But at the same time, VPE taking down ZMJKK from the side of BTR. BTR, they cannot afford a player loss in this stage of the game. It's stage 6. Still, there's a plenty of space to play from, but at the same time, VPE giving a lot of damage on the side of BTR, and there you go. It's a big spray going through, a lot of damage being dealt. The reload from the side of Ganola, otherwise it would have been the final moment for BTR, but still BTR survives.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports, they're still up to 3 eliminations. That goes the same with BTR. So, if I were them, I'd go ahead and try to get aggressive because I mean, looking at VPE, they have the numbers advantage, but it looks like PBMS decided to give away their elimination towards the blue zone rather than to another team. But looking here, we're seeing grenades coming
Mela
in, bombarding Bigetron Esports, but Bigetron slowly but surely their health is depleting, and I don't like where their location is. I mean, everyone else, Vampire Esports, they have the high ground and they definitely have a lot. Oh man, the tables turned actually, and Vampire Esports takes a lot of damage. One down on their side, but it's not a confirmation just yet. So over here, we're looking at Ryzy trying to go in, trying to see if they can get a closer look, and with a grenade in hand. Question is, will it connect? Will it connect? No, it will not result into any knocks. On the other hand, he gets knocked down.
He gets knocked out himself, but I would say it was a very brave try from the side of BTR Ryzy. In the backlines, BTR, the two of the players are still struggling, and they're trying to survive in a situation where they've been fired from both sides. Talon and VPE both are trying to take control of the whole situation and clear out the mid for themselves. But Talon, they have a very good position in the circle. They have hard cover, and at the same time, they have a position where they can dictate the whole pace of the game. But BTR, they have to move forward or take that collision head on with VPE, try their luck if they possibly can. But VPE, even though they've been engaged with multiple teams, still they have only 4 eliminations to their name. 25 minutes have gone by, guys. 9 total players are still surviving. Top 3 teams pretty spaced out. That's the reason why we're not seeing like heads-on collision between these teams. Otherwise, it would have been like a 1 or 2 minutes will be enough to make it to the decider who will get the winner of the chicken dinner.
Ooh, Malakpik took a lot of damage and they're down to 50% of their health. But yeah, I like where how VPE rather had positioned themselves all around of this circle. I mean, they covered a lot of ground. But over here, we're looking at Ginola rather, throwing grenade. Malakpik taking more damage. It looks like Tony has rotated towards the lower part of this landform. And yeah, we're just waiting. Everyone is just waiting for VPE to kind of make a move because I think they have the upper hand at this point. They have the numbers advantage. They have the locations advantage. They have the control over the map. And BTR! Malakpik is immortal, man! I mean, come on. But yeah, Shields, I think they spotted Nordlys all alone up in the hill. Will definitely need that revive. And so looking at it, I don't think Vampire Esports will be deciding to go ahead and rescue the Nordlys. And Bigetron Esports, they're still surviving. It's all Malakpik trying to survive until the end, trying to get those placement points. But on the other hand, VPE, they have a huge chance of getting this winner chicken dinner. But depending on what Talon Esports decides to do, I mean, there's a possibility that those tables can turn.
There is a possibility, but Nordlys will get confirmed. But this was a mistake from the side of Boysil, and it will put Talon again in a disadvantageous position. Sorry, my tongue is now rolling. Apologies for that. But again, Talon, they came in control, but a small mistake from the side of Boysil put the Talon back into the similar situation they were in. Shield have to do the bold move, have to res up his player. At the same time, Malak with a good nade, and Mela gets knocked out. This was something that I was expecting from the side of Malak Big, because he can make things a little difficult for the side of Vampire. Vampire, they cannot afford to lose one more player, but Malak still in a very good position. Mela going back, and this will give plenty of time for the players of Talons to res up Boycell. Shields, Resina, Boycell, and there you go again in position where they can wreak some havoc on the players of VP. There you go, Playzone taking down Mela once again. Playzone has moved 32 more seconds. BTR Malik Big have to make it into the circle. He is kind of on the edge of the circle, but there you go. What a shot! What a way to take down the players of VPE. It's down to the last man standing. Talon, I think they will be confirming this elimination point for themselves, and it will be a
Ooh.
10th point, and there you go, 20-point match for these guys. Confirmation, and it's a winner chicken dinner for Team Talon.
I mean, I was saying a while ago, Vampire Esports, they were a four-man team, so they had a huge chance to get the winner chicken dinner. But as I said, I mean, those tables can turn anytime, and Talon Esports, despite having only two players, I believe, two players standing towards the end, they managed to pick off Vampire Esports one after the other, and then they finished off Malak Big from BIGETRON Esports as well, and that just resulted into a winner chicken dinner on their side. And I'm just saying, Talon Esports has been consistently number one on this leaderboard, and so this is absolutely crazy for them. And our MVP is Shields with 5 eliminations, 622 damage, and of course survival time of 26 minutes and 31 seconds. Congratulations to Talon Esports.
Yeah, big match, and it was kind of difficult. I would say VPE, they had all the right cards in their hand. They had 4-man advantage. They have plenty of space in the circle, but small mistakes, small, I would say, lousy moves from the side of VPE, resulting them losing the winner chicken dinner. Ended up, leaving the lobby at third spot with only 5 elimination points. But again, a very good fight back from the side of BIGETRON. 9 total points for themselves. PB on the other side, they had 7 elimination, 4 placement point, 11 total point. We have Talon with 19 total points. I think they couldn't confirm the last kill as well. But at the same time, we have Arena with 9 points, YANGON GALACTICOS with 7 points, no placement point for themselves, for them. TODAK with 4 points, Sem9 with 4 points, RRQ with 4, CELCOMDIGI Alliance with 4, Boom with 4, Rangers, Burmese, and VOIN Donkey with 2 each. And then we have MG and Viking Esports, Secret and ALTEREGO Aries with only 1 point each. So this has been the story, guys, for the final Erangel of the day. We will be moving toward our next match that will obviously played on Senhawk. But before we go there, definitely we'll have a quick look on the overall ranking. We have Talon, cementing themselves on the top spot with 108 points. We have Burmese goal. The difference is pretty evident. They won't be able to catch up in the next match, so definitely have to be happy with the second position. 82 total points. We have Arena again, improving themselves only 1 point with 79 total points on third spot. Team Secret still in the play. They have 71 total points. Yangon with 69, RRQ with 65, CELCOMDIGI with 63, Boom Esports with 62, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT improving themselves, bringing them on themselves on the first page with 60 total points. So still, the last man match, any can turn things around for a lot of these teams that are trying to get into the top 7.
Yeah, and taking a look at Talon Esports and Burmese Ghouls, honestly, Talon Esports, they can basically just kick their feet up, and actually they can pretty much miss the next map because they're 26 points away from Burmese Ghouls. So there's no way, unless you get 26 points, that's like 16 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner. They
difficult.
can't be. Yeah, it's only Burmese those that can possibly overtake them. So I don't know. I love how Talon Esports has been consistent all throughout, and I'm pretty sure. I don't know if they ever got overtaken, but yeah, they were solidified basically in number 1 spot. But we're taking a look at the second half of this overall ranking. We're seeing some teams. I mean, definitely they racked up some points, but it's not going to be enough to qualify for the grand finals later on. So, I'm not sure where the threshold is for the qualifications, but for the qualifications for the grand finals,
Top
but
7,
definitely, oh yeah, top 7. So, some of these teams, I think one good game, one good Sanhok game, maybe they still have a chance to qualify. But I'm not too sure, especially since this game has a lot of luck involved. So the Sanhok map, this is gonna be their last chance. If they want is to see themselves playing in the grand finals, they have to give it their best in order to qualify.
Absolutely. And if you're leaving it to the last match, I think it will be least deserving to make it through. Teams that have been preparing from the day one, match one, definitely they deserve more to be in the grand finals. But again, that's something we don't have to, I would say, decide. This is what the teams have decided for themselves. But let's have a quick look at the MVP ranking. Again, Axel still in the top position, 16 total elimination, 4,000 plus damage. We have YBF making it through as well with kind of a similar stats. Only damage and average survival is something he has to work on. Then we have again from the player from E Arena 456, 20 elimination points, damage close to 4,000, average survival. You can do better on that part. Then we have Mon Boy from the side of PBM. Then we have Shields, again another player from Talon, making it through into the top five players so far for this SEA qualifiers. But anyhow, Annie, uh, you guys, you and Warden gonna obviously cast the final match for the viewers, but I'll be sitting in the back lines. We'll be watching how this final leaderboard will shape up. Because again, Sanok, if it's unexpected, totally, unreliable, unexpected map, but at the same time, it presents an opportunity for all those teams that are kind of aggressive in terms of their play style. I'm really looking forward to Boom. I'm really looking forward to, I would say Talon. At the same time, Burmese goals, how they're going to respond to the final match. Sanok presents a very good opportunity for you to start gun blazing from the initial few minutes of the game, and you can keep yourself busy throughout. But let's see how that's going to turn out to be. But guys, before we actually go to our final game of the day, make sure you subscribe to the channel. As Annie said through the game, make sure you click on the link, register yourself in Ladoma, and make sure you play through the scrimmage and get a chance to put your hands on up to $5,000. You can win every month. This is kind of a very unique opportunity you won't see anywhere else. So take a good advantage of that. But before we discuss it further, guys, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, we are back to Lidoma Asian Showdown. This is the Southeast Asian qualifiers. We just saw the second to the last match for this qualifiers. That was our last Erangel map. And we will be moving on to match number 12, the last chance for these 18 wonderful teams to qualify for the grand finals. And once again, we're your casters. I'm Annie, and Warden is with me.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to be back here on the desk with you, Annie. It's been such a while. And one more to end it off on a high note here in Sandhawk. I mean, great to see Talon Esports just solidifying, cementing their spot. They're on the #1 spot, but the rest, I mean, there has been a lot of contestment for sure, but no one has really came too close to really overthrown and overpower the players of Talon Esports. So, hey, this could be a curveball here on Sunhawk. I'm expecting a lot more things so far. I mean, we've seen, 5 separate winners all across the board here in this broadcast. So can we see someone going doubling it down, or can we find another winner here on the 6th match?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be another winner. I mean, this is Sandhawk. It's a bit of a wild card of a map, and there's not much information to go about. Like, if you compare it to the Miramars and the Erangels, I mean, there has been like 6 Erangel maps in this whole qualifiers and about 4 Miramars. But for Sandhawk, there was only 1 yesterday, so it's kind of hard to study the strategies and basically the movements of the other teams. So this is gonna be pretty fun. I think it's gonna be a lot of unexpected things that will be happening in this match number 12, and to think that this is the last chance for these teams to qualify. So this is gonna be a lot of pressure, especially for the teams that are towards the last part of the first half. You know, they're struggling to qualify for the finals. But for those teams that are kind of above, like maybe top 1 to top 3, I think they can kick their feet back. But for everyone else, they'll definitely have to work extra hard.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, hey, this tournament has a lot of stakes in line, and in fact, you know, there's just so many things that kind of like could change in the span of like a few moments or time. But so far, we do get to see the flight path now here coming through, and it's going to be sliding from the northern side of Cow, heading straight towards somewhere on the southern side of Dock. So that, I mean, is flight path even necessary to talk about in Sandhawk? I mean, it's a pretty small map, and there, regardless of what flight path, the whole map will be pretty much covered. So it's just all going to come down to the gunfights right off the get-go.
Yeah, and we're already seeing everyone's kind of going ahead and landing in their favorite drop-off spots, but already we're seeing smokes coming up. I think someone just got eliminated off. Yep, definitely someone got eliminated off from the side of Team Secrets. And with that, I mean, that's a trade-off. There's 1 down on their side. There's also 1 elimination on their side. So there are 2 teams that lost 1 player. Sprays coming in. There's 1 down on the side of Team Secrets. And that was because of the side of I can't quite catch their name, but yeah, there's a bloodbath over here in this building, Team Secret. I think they're slowly but surely losing their players one after the other. And actually, I think that was I don't know. I think that was a complete elimination because we're down to 15 teams. And it's not over just yet. I think there's a lot of things happening, especially with RRQ as well as I think that's Burmese Ghouls as well. So, you know, this is gonna be fun. Sandhawk, you know, it's basically Sandhawk coded right now.
Yeah, Burmese Gal, I mean, they were able to shine quite a lot on the run there on Miramar, but they weren't really able to get the winner chicken dinner, but was able to claim 18 points over to their opposition, and looking like they're going to be starting things off quite strongly here as they are going to be able to eliminate the squad of RRQ. So off to go, we do get to see Team Secret and RRQ away from the scene, and yeah, I mean, that's just the whole storyline here that revolves around Sandhawk. Sheer gunfights happening at the start of the round.
Yep. And already, I love how Burmese Schools already bagged 4 eliminations. And we're already seeing Team Secret, RRQ, already eliminated off from this last match. So they're pretty high up in the rankings. I mean, top 4 and top 6. I think I'm a little bit nervous for RRQ, however. But for Team Secret, I think they're pretty safe in the qualifiers, depending on how the rest of the teams below them perform later on. But yeah, RRQ, I'm definitely a little bit worried for them since they didn't. I think they only got 1 point from this map before getting kicked off. But over here, we're looking at E Arena, and towards the distance, I think there was another squad. It was a green squad, so it's possibly maybe Talon Esports. But yeah, basically, who is quite far away from the rest of their squad. I think they're just gonna go ahead and scout the area. But yeah, I think this is unusual for Sandhawk. Nothing's happening, so we'll just wait for something to happen, basically.
Yeah, just keep on swimming and waiting. Well, it's a stalemate for sure. I mean, after all, when this is the last and final match, you try to prove your whole statement and try to secure your next, the slot for the next stage of the competition. You don't want to be ending up like Team Secret or RRQ. Might be solidified for the side of Team Secret, but I don't exactly know how much more can the board really change here in regards to the overall rankings. But yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with you on that note, where RRQ is just not on the best of shape so far. I mean, if you were part of the number 7 teams that is approaching this last and final match, I feel like the safest call would have been just, avoiding those casualties and maybe trying to sustain your life furthermore. But obviously, it was pretty evident MVK and BG, Burmese Gals, they were just sheer, on the run, on the prowl to get those eliminations back in and just to try to secure more points as time passed by. Specifically for set of MVK, I mean, they're currently at number 13, but having a one squad directly under their belt here at the start of this round for Sandhawk, it could probably be the start of a Cinderella story.
Yeah, every squad for themselves, getting as much points as possible, and that's exactly what PG has done. And that was the same with MVK as well. I mean, they've managed to pick off two squads already. So with that, I think everyone's kind of settling in, and they're not kind of running into each other just yet. So while we're waiting for you guys who are interested in playing PUBG Mobile yourselves, you can go ahead and play scrims and tournaments with Lidoma. Bring your squad with you and earn up to $5,000 every month. And this is your shot to go big. So for those of you interested, go ahead and check the live stream chat. I think the mods will be going ahead and giving you the link if you're interested to sign up. And of course, if you haven't done it yet, go ahead and like and subscribe the stream and as well as the channel so that you guys can go ahead and get updated, because right now, today is the last day of the C qualifiers, and we'll be moving on to the grand finals in 28, 29, and 30th. So for any updates, of course, it's quite important to go ahead and subscribe to the socials of Lidoma. But yeah, going back to the game, yeah, still nothing happening. So what's up, Warden?
I mean, everyone here just taking this one, slowly but surely. It might cut the race, it might cut the chase, but yeah. I mean, what more can there possibly be a change, no? And I mean, I truly probably have my eyes here for the set of YG and CEDL. As much as like Team Secret and RRQ, they faltered initially right from the start. I feel like CEDL, alongside probably, Boom, Playbook, Misfits, alongside Vampire Esports, there's kind of like that window of opening for them to try to possibly scratch that number 7 spot. But it's really going to be pretty tough. After all, we're looking at Sandhawk. Anything can surely happen. A very unpredictable, erratic map. And yeah, it's kind of crazy though. I mean, approaching 7 minutes already inside of this game, and finally get to see another casualty happening up front. And this is going to be Sem9 here, having a trade-off up against the Rangers. Sem9 gets dropped down to 2 players. Rangers, on the contrary, already losing one of their players as well. The nade flies in, and it's just Superboy here trying to be the superhero for the squad. But unfortunately, the Rangers from the backside able to get the flank. Jappy confirms the shot, and it is going to be Sem9 here eliminated from the scene.
And all the while, Rangers get 4 more eliminations in the bag, and that's 4 more points. Doing quite well, and that's a good start for them. And so right now, we're down 3 teams in this map. And so there's a lot of things that can still happen. And that circle is going to close in with Paradise Resort, Ban, and maybe Bootcamp and Quarry as well. So, for these teams, I think the most exciting thing that they can do right now is kind of agree to go ahead in Paradise Resort and do a death match and get this over with, get as much eliminations as possible. But of course, everyone will be trying to play it safe. This is their last chance after all. And Talon Esports, I think they've ran into E-Arena. back there. There's a knock on the side of the arena, so I'm interested in seeing what's gonna happen. But we're looking at RNG. They're definitely going ahead and rotating into somewhere more interesting. But yeah, finally we can see TALON Esports. They're inside this building, and yep, up there's EA lurking about on the second floor. Boy chill. Unfortunately, those shots aren't gonna connect, but on the other hand, Secrets throws a grenade at YBF, finishes them off with some bullets, but it's not over just yet. Up the staircase, 1 versus 1, knockdown on EA, and with that, I think TALON Esports, they have 2 eliminations so far. They can go ahead and revive shields, but they have to look out for the grenades that's coming in, especially since Circuits is still right around the corner.
It was going to take like a really extra game for the side of Burmese goal here to have TALON Esports get dropped down there on the number 2 spot at all. But regardless, I mean, it's not going to matter if who's going to be able to, you know, come out on top here for this very stage. After all, everyone's going to be having their eyes on the prize for the grand finals that will be happening soon enough. But now we go back to a stalemate once again. Kind of unfortunate though for TALON Esports as they lose, you know, NYBF in the process. I mean, NYBF, he was on the run for the MVP ranking. For him out away from the scene here for Sandhawk, it might buy down that certain portion of the statistics, but overall, I mean, as we did say at the start already, especially with the win on the last map, we're looking at TALON Esports cemented in the next stage of the competition.
TALON Esports, definitely. No question there. That goes the same with Burmese Ghouls as well. And also EA, yeah, definitely EA. They're kind of up there as well as Team Secrets. But towards the end, maybe around the 60s and the 50s, they still have a chance to kind of climb up. And for those in the 40s, if they have a really good game, maybe go ahead and get that winner chicken dinner alongside at least 10 eliminations. Perhaps they can go ahead and get grab a spot in the grand finals. But I think it's gonna be a little bit of a long shot. So you know, it's gonna depend on how they're gonna perform here. And right now we're looking at Tidal. I believe this is CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and there's another squad nearby. There's a purple squad that's actually Boom Esports nearby. So yeah, Boom Esports and CDAL, they're fighting it out for at least a spot in at least number 7. So this is gonna be pretty interesting.
Waited out, VOIN Donkey, Indonesians here. Zeta 5 alongside Tree, Triple X, but hey. Get to see E Arena is going to be eliminated from the scene, but hey, you know, we talked about it as well. He did say that E Arena is pretty much solidified for the next stage of the competition, so they don't really have to worry about anything too much. But on the feed, we do have YG going up against MVK, which, by the way, MVK started things off here quite hot here on this round. Was able to pick off a whole squad without dropping any players at all, but unfortunately for them, YG is on the prowl to take them all away. We go back here towards Seedal. And it is Boom Esports right across them.
Yep. And with that, we're down to 12 teams and 42 players. Boom Esports, they're pretty spread out all around the map. I believe this is Paradise Resort, and we're looking at the kill feed actually. RNG, they're getting shot at by DX Speed Mart 99, and that I think that is actually Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Ghouls taking down one after the other, and it's only range that's left. And I think what range can do at this point is kind of play for the placement points. But taking a look at how Rangers are doing in the leaderboards, I mean, 13, and they're already down to just 1 player. I think it's gonna be a little bit hard to catch up and try to go ahead and qualify and get those top 7 spots. And with that, Range meets their demise, and with that, I think they finish off as the number 13th in the leaderboard. So it's quite unfortunate for Rangers, but on the other hand, we're looking at Vampire Esports so far with 0 eliminations for this game, and 1 Tony K already needing that revive. So I think they have a chance to do that, but they do have to worry about the squad. I think this blue squad is gonna be going ahead and giving a lot of pressure on their team.
Vampire Esports behind the wall of smoke. Norleaf here. Gonna be creating the space for them to be able to call for a reset, able to pick up their teammates. MVK though, They do spot 2 players there up against Vampire Esports. That's going to be Tony K down to the ground. Vampire Esports looking to turn things around here on Sandhawk, but unfortunately they're going to be stacked on, formed up by the players on the other side. That will be BTR falling back away. So quite fortunately, there's not going to be much of a commitment coming from their opposition, but definitely it's not really looking great here so far from the side of Vampire Esports.
Yep, so far, I mean, they already got 1 player picked off on their side, and they still have 0 eliminations. And looking at where they stand right now in the leaderboard, they definitely have to step up and get maybe 10, 15 points in order to kind of solidify their place in the top, at least top 7. But yeah, right now, Vampire Esports, not looking very good at their side. I mean, they're down to 3 players. And just taking a look at the circle, Paradise Resort, definitely those teams that are camping about in that place, they definitely have to go ahead and rotate into the open field that is to the south of this circle. And everyone else, I think, Burmese Ghouls, PBMS, Talon Esports, MVK, CDOL, they're still up and running, and so this is going to be pretty fun since a lot of these teams are still trying to vie for those last few points that really matter and try to change their fate in leaderboards. But right now we're looking at YANGON Galacticos, and there's another squad at the high ground at this point, but grenades coming in. Romeo Boy has the grenades in, try to cook some eliminations up. Alter Ego at the distance. I think Cloud's trying to move in and try to close the distance between them, but it'll be, I don't think that was Mermaid Boy. That was a strange name, but yeah. Alter Ego versus YG in this Paradise Resort. I mean, it's a little bit hard because the structure of this building is a bit like a maze. So Alter Ego and YG, they're gonna have a lot of fun here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really the most hopeful here for a set of Alter Ego errors, but hey, you know, some people would love to say that, you know, end your journey with a bang. And if there's going to be any team that I'm going to be rooting for, obviously it's going to be Alter Ego errors. But we can't neglect the fact that YG, all across from the last few matches, wasn't really able to prosper on the match after they were able to win that winner chicken dinner on round 2. Overall, they're still a very promising squad here. So we go back though towards Seedle, and they're going to be fighting the players here up across, and it is going to be Speed Mars trying to get the first and last blood, but unfortunately for him, Godspeed from Burmese GHOULS shuts him down, and that's going to be them still sustaining this very run that they have.
And Burmese Ghouls don't need these eliminations, but they're gonna go ahead and get them anyway. I mean, they're already top 2. They're pretty much like going into the grand finals. I think everyone agrees, but still not gonna stop Godspeed from pretty much getting 7 eliminations for no reason. But yeah, I mean, we have free will, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. But we're going back to Yangon Galacticos, and there's VD at the distance. But taking a look at the kill feed, I think BIGETRON finds their own engagements as well. And we're seeing Kibo to Kibo from Boom Esports. They spot AE. I guess AE kind of ran out of the Paradise Resort, and they're trying to rotate into the safe zone. But Boom Esports, they're thinking of gatekeeping this area. Towards the distance, there's Burmese Ghouls as well. And yeah, we're taking a look at the circle right now. It's going to close in a few buildings, but definitely a lot of open field. And smack in the center is Vampire Esports.
Ooh, this is going to be tough. Wait it out once again. 1 player from the side of Talon, 1 from the side of Burmese GHOULS. But 1 player from the side of Boom Esports shuts down the second to the last player from the side of Alter Ego Ares. I mean, so far, I mean, there's a pretty big window of opportunity here for the side of Boom Esports to probably scratch that run there from side of Seedal. In fact, it might just be solidified here if he can just possibly sustain himself until the top 5 team into this round. That could be a stunner for RRQ and Seedle, if ever to do so.
Yep. Yep. Well, Talon Esports did get eliminated, but I'm sure they're not all too worried about that. But PBMS, oh my gosh, at number 8. That's quite unfortunate, actually. And with that, I think we're down to 7 teams left and 17 players standing. Make that 6 with BG getting eliminated as well. So we have the top runners finally off of the table, and now it's just up to YG, number 4. I think they're gonna go ahead and try to I think Vampire Esports here. We lost the rankings, but yeah, basically Vampire Esports, they need a lot of those points. Kibo the Kibo goes down by the hands of Razy from BIGETRON Esports. Taking a look at BIGETRON Esports, they have 3 eliminations, finding their 4th just now against Boom Esports. And so with that, I mean, they're full squad, so they have a pretty good chance of bagging this winner chicken dinner, but it all depend on how they execute their plans. But over here, Vampire Esports, 3 players standing. Mela has 2 eliminations on their side. And yeah, I mean, I like the position right now. They're right in the middle, and so they have the chance to go ahead and gatekeep anyone who tries to go into the circle. But on the other hand, they're also out in the open, so pretty much a huge red target for everyone.
Well, we're down to the last 5 teams here. Moving in, Boom Esports, all you gotta do is sustain your life to overtake that slot there up against RRQ. While Vampire Esports still looking to provide a statement there as Mela able to get the spray down right across, but has to worry about the 3 players from the side of BIGETRON here. It's up front as well. Vehicle will be used, falling back away. But MVP is going to be haggling on as well here towards the eastern side of Vampire Esports. A lot of sense of possibilities can surely happen here, Annie.
Yeah, lots of things can happen. Mela rather is quite low on health, so I'm a bit worried for them. But yeah, taking a look at this, Mela finally gets knocked down. And taking a look at MVKE, what are they up to? And so they're still up in the running. I think they're quite low on the leaderboard, so they definitely need these eliminations. And some bullets were definitely connecting, but it's not going to be enough. And right now, they're doing quite well. They have 6 eliminations in their bag, but unfortunately, they're down to 2 players as well. But taking a look at the rest of the team that's still up in the running, Boom Esports all alone. MVK, of course, once again, only 2 players left. That goes the same with YG as well. Vampire Esports, I think one of their players got taken down as well. So it's all up to Genola and Nordlys for their side. And of course, BTR, talking about their numbers, they have the best chance of winning. But once again, anything can happen at this point, especially if they get picked off.
Still 5 squads remaining here. Big old spray down from the side of YANGON. Galacticos, Murnat Boy finds Genola out from the side of Vampire Esports, and it's going to be leaving with VPE with only 1 player to rely on here for this very round. King Kibo finds 1 as well against BTR, and it's looking to be a quad standoff of 1v1s. Only YG has 2 players right now up on the ground. They got the most eliminations as well. Nordlys sprays down. Good for 2! YG is out! And it's going to be a 1v1v1v1, especially if MVK can pick up his teammate.
This is gonna be fun because it's literally every man for themselves, unless MVK manages to go ahead and revive one of their players. Yep, they got the revive, but the question is, will they heal up? But Boom Esports says goodbye. Now we're down to 3 teams. This is Vampire Esports, BIGETRON, and MVK. 2 players on the side of MVK. So just thinking about the numbers, of course MVK does have the advantage, but the question is, will they use that advantage to, well, their advantage? Because this is between 3 teams, and VPE, they're all alone. That goes the same with BTR as well. So TODAK going in, trying to see if they can find that pick off that they need. But MVK, I love their numbers advantage here, and hopefully they get this kill, because all they have to worry about is 2 solo players. So grenades in, none of them connecting, however.
Oh, inside of the zone, ZMJJKK. 1 versus 1 versus 2. They got their eyes locked in here up against Vampire Esports and Nordlys. Nade flies through. Not much of a connection. On paper, this should be a game here for the side of the Vikings. MGN having the better look at it. If you play your cards right, just let them deal with each other, but the nade connects. CMJK throws in, sprays out, finds Northerlies away. Now it's a 1v2 between ZMJK up against the two players of MVK, but the nade flies by, and it's gonna be MVK finding the last winner chicken dinner here on the stage of the competition.
Well, congratulations for the winner chicken dinner. But the question is, the $1,000,000 question is, which teams will be moving forward to the next step in this competition? And we're taking a look at our last winners. This is MVKE, MG, and Vikings Esports, winning our last and final match in Sandhawk. And with that, we're seeing the MVP on their side. That's Murnat Boy. Actually, no, Murnat Boy is on the side of Yangon Galacticos with 5 eliminations and a great amount of damage. That's 937 damage. And a survival time of 20 minutes and 33 seconds. So, great amount of damage and decent amount of eliminations. It's no wonder that they are the MVP of this game.
Moving over, match ranking here. MGN Vikings Esports gets 18 points, 12 for the side of BIGETRON Esports. Yangon Galacticos with 11. BURMESE with 11 as well. Vampire Esports on 10. 8 for the side of BOOM Esports. And 6 for the side of TALON Esports. We do have CEDAL or the CELCOMDIGI Alliance with 8, with just 4 points there in total. Next to Rangers as well with 4. 2 for ALTEREGO, Ares, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, VOIN, Donkey Indonesia as well. And then the rest for E-Arena 79, RRQ Rio, and Team Secret will only have 1.
Yep. So we're just taking a look at how many points these teams managed to get in the last map. And of course, this is the best part. The overall rankings, the final rankings of this whole qualifier. So of course, TALON Esports, BURMESE GHOULS, and yeah, they pretty much stay in 1 and 2. But Yangon Galacticos shoots up 2 places, getting number 3. E-Arena drops 1 place at 4th place, but still qualifies. Team Secret, yeah, still safe in 5th place. BOOM Esports at 6. That's 2 places up. And CELCOMDIGI Alliance at 7. And BIGETRON Esports, although they climbed up 4 spots, unfortunately, they stop at 8. So, not sure how that's gonna work, but it's quite unfortunate. But at number 9, we see RRQ definitely dropped to 3 points. I mean, 3 places. I mean, a while ago, they were safe. And then they got picked off quite early. So that was really unfortunate for their side. And for the rest of the teams that didn't make it to the first half, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing them in the grand finals later on. But it was a good run. It definitely was a good run. I mean, like, you gotta look at the bright side, you know, this is good practice, and you're playing up against pretty big names in the PUBG community. So, you know what? They didn't walk away with nothing. They walk away with experience, perhaps. But yeah, for now, we won't be seeing them in the grand finals.
They walked away with pride, dignity, the whole statement that they were able to sustain themselves here in this competition. Moving on to Vampire Esports, MGN Vikings Esports, PLAYBOOKxMISFIT, TODAK, Rangers, Alpha 7, Esports 79, VOIN, Donkey Indonesia, ALTEREGO, Ares. It was a pleasure watching you all play. But unfortunately, your journey gets cut short here. Will not be able to qualify for the grand finals. And now the MVP rankings means to be Axel alongside with Murnat Boy, Boysil, YBF, and Shield. And that's going to be the whole squad of TALON Esports and that rogue man from Yangon Galacticos here that will be on the MVP rankings.
Yeah, I actually just noticed that TALON Esports basically racked up like all of the spots in the MVP rankings, of course, except for Murnat Boy. And that's no wonder that they stayed all the way in the number 1 spot all this time, because these wonderful players, I mean, put them all in one team, put the best players in one team, and that's what happens. You get TALON Esports, and they just pretty much stayed up there in number 1 rank for like how many rounds. And of course, Murnat Boy, like, pretty decent, but I'm sure like one day we'll be seeing yeah, I think Yangon actually qualified, but yeah, hope to see Murnat Boy in other competitions as well, and they show them what they're made of. But yeah, that concludes match number 12. That was Sandhawk. That was the last chance for these 18 teams to qualify for the grand finals, and it was a great stream to watch this day number 1 and day number 2. These were great qualifiers. And so with that, congratulations to the teams that qualified. And for those teams that didn't qualify, hopefully we'll see them in the next competitions to come, and they'll be playing better. They'll be playing better then.
I mean, yeah, I can't wait to see what will the grand finals be able to offer. You know, we're looking at the creme de la creme here for the Asia Showdown of Lidalma, and what more to see? I mean, it was overall a pleasure watching these old teams, these old squads, put up such a great run here. But obviously, things are bound to be better as we filter out the talents here for this very tournament.
Yeah. And with that, I think we can wrap things up. And once again, thank you so much to Lidoma Asia Showdown for hosting this event. And of course, all the casters. I mean, the rest of the casters kind of left behind. It's just Warden and I at this point. And yeah, that concludes the Southeast Asian qualifiers. And congratulations and thank you for the 18 teams who are participating. And those of you tuning into the live stream, thank you so much. Do like and subscribe and support Lidoma Asia Showdown, so we will be seeing tournaments like this in the future as well. So I think we can wrap things up. That was once again the C qualifiers, and we were your casters. Thank you so much, and goodbye for now. We'll be seeing you in the grand finals.